Oh, come on. Oh, come. We cannot violate the end user license agreement. That's what this game is about. The end user license agreement. So initially, I was like, I could stream Castlevania, I could stream Bloodstained, I could stream Kingdom Hearts, and then I was like, I'm going to stream Kingdom Hearts 1, let's go. Oh, because my mother couldn't fall asleep, and then she's like, I took a Benadryl, and she's like, could you let the dog out at 7, and then let her back in a couple minutes later? And I was like, okay. Because puppy got the puppy is 10 years old, and the puppy has always had a bit of a bladder problem. All right, Ace, what do you... So I'm going to not build what I usually build. But, so, for a gift I can take with me, I can pick a blessing, which is a single healing item. Black fire bombs, which are big exploding bombs that are very good on the first boss. More deadly than an STD bomb, if you read that text there. Excuse me. Twin humanities, which help you power up bonfires, which are resting spots, and they can heal you. Excuse me. Binoculars, which let you look at things. Pendant, which does literally nothing. Master key, which opens a bunch of locks, so we are not taking that because that's what I usually take. I'm also Irish. Tiny being's ring grants small increased HP. So in the original version, this is the remaster, but in the original it said slowly recovers health over time, which is not true. They lie in some of these, in Dark Souls sometimes. They lie just because there is only one item in this game that recovers HP, and it is a shield that is locked within, like, it is in, like, the third act of the game. Lies in your house of souls. God, Castlevania is so good. But that scene with the demon and the bishop, everything with the bishop is good when he's like, I will be the judge. It's so good. But I guess I could take firebombs. Okay, I like this. Looking at this. I like very large. And then large upper body. Large lower body. Top heavy. Tiny head. I love... So, Dark Souls is generally a very serious and somber game, but it does have its sense of humor. There's an entire body build that's just like head big, and another one that's like head small. You can. My friends often compete and have an entire subtype of characters they make to be horrible. Think I'm gonna go sickly. Okay, so I'm gonna show you. So I usually go Jubilant Katarina. Oh, yes, I have heard where they're like, oh, we said the words wrong. Oops. You're in hell. So I'm picking. I usually go with Jubilant Katarina, but this is what Jubilant Katarina looks like. I'm like, what? Why is God so hard with these rules, man? I thought Jesus was all loving and all forgiving. You said we instead of I, and he's like, I'm sorry. You're going to have to burn in hell either for eternity or until all sin is cleansed from your soul. And I'm like, but they didn't do anything. They didn't make the mistake. Why, like, is it... Yes, I know. But, so that, what does that mean? That's a double negative. That, we're divorced. So, hair, bald, eye color, black. Okay, but look at my legs. So when people were excited for the character customization of of the Demon Souls remake, it's because sometimes Dark Souls character customization looks like this. They could say that. Like, if you're not so you know what a lot of the Hebrew interpretation of God's word is that if you are too dumb, if you cannot figure things out and finagle with the rules a little, God would be disappointed in you. They are the things are there on the restrictions are there on purpose for you to figure out how to game the rules. They're for you to get smart. They're there for you to get good. Yeah, I will barely look at this guy's face, but I just, the cheeks and the lips are so poofed out. They are enormous. All right, so what are we calling our fellow here? Hmm. You know, I'm coming up with a name. It might be culturally insensitive. But it's a culture I have blood ties to. So, here's my proposal. So, here's the thing though, is that pho is a food, so most people wouldn't be named that. It's not an actual Vietnamese name, it's a Vietnamese dish. Yeah, I've never had pho. There was one Vietnamese restaurant in my hometown, and my dad went there once and he said it's some of the worst food he's ever had, and he didn't like it at all. And apparently, like, I had not been born yet, but my brother was like newborn at the time, where he was like 8 months old or something. And they didn't like, my dad didn't like it, and they didn't go back because is like, oh, well, you should try it. It's your heritage. And then it's like, he's like, I don't like this. I just got an inspiration for the character, but that would mean having to go back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like... Also, I don't think anybody in my family eats seafood very often. And so, like, I'm pretty sure Vietnamese food is very watery. You know, it's a really humid area. Like... And also, this is, like, Vietnamese food in a very backwater place. It is not, like, the premier Vietnamese food. So I got an inspiration for the character. That wouldn't fit the firebomb though, and there aren't any other ways to express that in this game. So I immediately thought of the club. Excuse me. Yeah, I immediately thought of the club, and then I was like, oh, I could make it like Yamato from One Piece. But spoilers for One Piece. Yamato's powers involve ice, and there is no ice element in Dark Souls. There is sorcery, lightning, and fire. There's no ice. But I know what I can call it. Yeah, but I know, right? There are snow places, but, like, ice is not an element. Nah. And, okay, I know what I'm gonna do. Yamato. So it's not really Yamato, but it's not really Fred Flintstone. I'm not necessarily committed to the club, though.
In the age of ancients, the world was unformed, shrouded by fog.
How do you like big, gray, dark, empty fantasy worlds?
Crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons. But then there was fire. With fire came disparity. Heat and cold. Life and death. And of course, light and dark.
Oh dear. I'm sorry, I can't help to try to cover it up, get paper towels. And if you burn yourself, try to, what is it, put cold water on it? Oh dear, cold water.
Nito, the first of the dead.
Oh dear. Oh boy, take care. Do be careful. Oh, okay.
The Witch of Izalith and her daughters of Chaos.
Also notice the Witch of Izalith is like 12 feet tall.
The Lord of Sunlight.
Big.
And his faithful knights.
Also, the first of the dead is just coated in skulls and skeletons. And he wears a cloak of darkness. I love the gods in these. So these are like the Olympian rulers. These are like these are the highest class of gods they're describing. There are other lower, lesser gods, but these are, it's like, oh, this is Zeus, Poseidon, Hades type thing.
Witches weaved great firestorms. Nito unleashed a miasma of death and disease. And Seath the Scaleless betrayed his own.
So Seath was born without scales, and then killed every other dragon. Or not all of them himself, but he killed a lot of other dragons. The lore is that that the scales, every scale like that coats a dragon, like endlessly regenerates the flesh and bone underneath and gives them perfect immortality. And Seath was born blind, without legs, and without scales. So he was like considered to have like a what do you call it? A mortal disability, a terminal disability. So he was, as he grew up, and his wings were too frail to fly, and he couldn't walk easily by himself. He was considered frail and pitied by all dragons around him, because he would die before any of them would ever even think about it. He was considered a pathetic failure, and everybody pitied him and treated him like he was just a sickly, pathetic creature. And he grew to despise and hate all of them. And he was a genius in manipulating the soul itself. So he basically developed an entire system of magic, and then turned on other dragons for pitying him and insulting and mocking him, or what he felt they did, and then killed them.
Dead are corralled and led to the north.
And also he invented his own method of immortality to match the other dragons. Yeah. Now, he's also like a mad sorcerer, mad scientist type thing, where he kidnaps innocent young women and experiments on them. And might have impregnated one of them. So he's not great. Seath is pretty evil, but like he's not like without interest. Like he's a pretty neat antagonist. Like it's like, why did you kill all of your own kind? They did nothing but pity me for my whole life and treat me like an invalid. And you're like, oh, okay. I could see how you could build up so much spite and hatred from that. I'd be pretty angry. I'd be very angry, honestly. Also, yeah, a lot of people got really angry at this game when it came out, because you spend all that time in the character creator, and then when you spawn, your character, their skin is completely dried out, and their eyes are empty, and yeah, so people didn't like that, because if you spend all that time customizing your character, then the game's like, oh, you don't get to see them yet. They're hollow. Flesh and bones, baby. You gotta moisturize. King, you don't look good. Okay. How do you feel about big demons? Here's a big demon. I have no idea how to perceive that sound, Ace. But I don't know what the sentiment is. Pet? He kind of looks like a weird rat hamster in a way, doesn't he? Like a naked mole rat. So this is the asylum demon. You deal 2 damage to him without firebombs. He's really not meant for you to beat right off. Oh god, why did I have to say it like that? He's not really meant for you to beat immediately. Phrasing. Why? Oh, I don't. I don't like my brain. I want to return it. I said words. I said so many words. So this is what you get for beating the boss. You get this hammer. It takes 46 strength to wield, which means that in order to wield it properly, I will need to gain at least minimum 33 strength or something like that. Or 32 strength, I think. No, it's 31 strength. You have to get 31 strength, then you can two-hand it. But you really yeah, here, look at this thing. It is an incredibly heavy weapon that is really not something I can use for quite a while. I'm level 6 right now. I would need to level up minimum 20 times to be able to use this. Mjolnir messed up. Get your shield. So I ran into someone online once, and they just didn't use a shield at all. In any way. And they were like, what should I do? And I was like, do you have any shields? Because they kept dying to a boss. And kept summoning me for help. And they kept dying. And I was like, go into your inventory, equip a shield, and use the shield. And they're like, what shield? I'm like, do you have the Grass Crest shield? That's a good one. Use that. This was on Xbox Live. I had to manually type this all out on an Xbox 360 controller to a stranger on the internet so that I could get the stuff for helping them and feel good about myself, and then to help them, and then go on with my day, because they were not doing so well.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, he said, I'm no hollow, huh?
I'll die soon, then lose my sanity. I wish to ask something of you. You and I are both undead. Hear me out, will you? Regrettably, I have failed in my mission.
Rip in peace.
Perhaps you can keep the torch lit. There is an old saying in my family: thou who art undead art chosen, and thine exodus from the undead asylum maketh pilgrimage to the land of ancient lords. When thou ringest the bell of awakening, the fate of the undead thou shalt know. Well, now you know, and I can die with hope in my heart. Oh, one more thing. Here, take this. An Estus flask, an undead favorite.
So, if you meet him first, you just get that key. If you beat the boss first, you get the Pilgrim's key from the boss. So if you beat the boss after talking to him.
I would hate to harm you after death. So go now, and thank you.
Also, you get this little bit where the rays of light shine down upon him. He's your savior. He let you out of there. None of this happens without him. He dies. See? That sound? That's him dying. His name is Oscar, by the way. Greetings, fool. Drop any weapons? So I'm not like married to this club or anything. I just thought I'll try to make a character on the way and see how things go. Instead of just doing what I do every time, which is pick a knight, teach them miracles, and then get the good weapons at the start where I know where they're hidden with the tools that I know to get there earlier. I'm trying something different. There's a little crow here. You can drop things for the crow. And they'll give you things in return. But you cannot do it at the very beginning, I guess. You have to come back later. You cannot actually see the crow. The crow just talks to you. How do you feel about other big birds, though? There might be another big bird here soon.
In the ancient legends, it is stated that one day an undead shall be chosen. To leave the undead asylum in pilgrimage.
Opposite of the Return of the King.
To the land of the ancient lords.
Voyage begins with you being carried off a mountain by a big bird.
Lordran.
Man, all the excuses for, oh, the birds were busy. And I'm like, oh, but they couldn't have helped at all, man. Those big birds. They help sometimes. They help like 3 to 4 times. And they're always very helpful when they do. What are the birds doing? Worms. They eating worms. Alright, I can level up. What are we leveling up? I have 2 levels in me. Unless I go and kill like 2 things. I'm just gonna go kill these things so I can have enough for a 3rd level. God, I love this game. I hit them with a stick. Oh God. That's right, I've started another game. Will I be able to... Thank you. Will I be able to finish this one? Perhaps, perhaps not. Judge me and my inability to pursue tasks for long periods of time, as even if I have interest, my ability to do things of my own volition is low. Is there a name for this condition? Perhaps, but I would have to see a doctor to confirm that. And my experience with doctors is not always great. So, for now, let's see. I'm gonna put 2 points into endurance and put 1 into vitality, health, and stamina, which everybody needs. My build will be partly informed by what I end up picking up and finding. Because most classes start with stuff. I start with a piece of wood and a stick. I don't even have clothes.
There's no salvation here. You'd have done better to rot in the undead asylum.
Boy. So that's something that works a lot better in Japanese. There are actually 2, though. We just don't have a lot of natural plurals in our language. We just leave things vague a lot. Also, you find out that not only is there twice the amount of things you thought you had to do at first, apparently loads of other cursed people come and try to do this as well. Man, you are just the latest. You're just the new guy. So, a lot of this stuff in Dark Souls is that you and every other player of the game are not special. And you are not particularly strong or talented or anything, but it is only through perseverance that you are capable of accomplishing things. Oh, she cannot speak. Anti-chosen one, exactly. Canonically, the way that, or it is implied that the way undead go hollow is through losing purpose or simply giving up on life. And there is like a bit of a meta thing of every player who gives up on the game. Yeah, every player who gives up on the game just becomes another hollow, and their world will remain the way it is forever, basically. Oh yeah, there are lots of metaphors about real life in Dark Souls, like this whole deal with fire can be seen as a metaphor for heat death, which is quite a nice thing to think about, isn't it? Let's not talk about heat death anymore. Let's talk about... So, let's see. You see all this? All this here? All this water? If I were playing on a PS3 or an Xbox 360, what this game originally came out on, suddenly everything would get very choppy and slow. The frame rate would go to nothing as we have gone to a place the game really can't handle, because there's a lot of water around here. It's really hard to think all that water for those old machines. Okay, I picked up an Estok. I am not dexterous enough to use this sword. I lack the skill. So I'm gonna go and try not to die, but possibly die. There are ghosts here. There's a ghost. But I am trying to grab a thing, and it's okay if I die. I just need to grab the thing. And now I am leaving. I am not coming back anytime soon. Now those ghosts, they are not limited by terrain at all. They can keep following me, because they're ghosts. So I'm gonna get out of the area and rest at the bonfire, because I don't know how far they can actually go. I'm assuming that, like most enemies in the game, after you get a certain distance from them, they simply turn around. Yeah. The ghosts are spooky. Scoopy. They're scoopy. But I gotta be honest, Ace. I really never got spoopy, and I didn't, suddenly it just felt like everybody was saying spoopy, and I did not get it at all, and I got pretty tired of it that first year. But now it's become tradition of every October, suddenly everybody says the word spoopy all the time. Yeah. And I'm like, like, you could at least come up with a riff on it or a spin. I don't know. Okay, so we have a little pool of water here. Nothing. Some ruins. Big bird. Still chilling. So if we go down this way, the way I'm looking, there's a graveyard. There are some things in that graveyard, but there are also skeletons in the graveyard. And if you go past there, there's a crypt. The crypt is very dangerous. I am not going to go to either of these places right now, because I don't want to die. I do not have any armor. In here, I believe there are some more fire bombs. Yeah. Okay. I have plenty of explosives. A real... Oh man, so a lot of people are starting to do the whole comparing Trudeau to a Nazi or communist now because he is trying to remove the protesters with swastikas and Confederate flags from the capital where they have been harassing people and clogging the streets and generally being a huge nuisance. And they're like, "You're just a Nazi," and I'm like, I really don't think telling people to go home when they're really just causing a disturbance is it's not help. Like they're protesting laws that say you have to take medicine before traveling across countries, which were laws anyway, weren't there? Like going to intercontinental travel, they're like in every TV show, they're like, oh, you're going to X place. Well, you have to get your shots. You have to get a big shot. They have said that on most TV shows I've ever seen where they're like, you're going traveling. You have to get a shot. Like, this is not in any way an inhumane law. It's to prevent you and others from dying or getting incredibly sick, or like it's by no means like something that actually impacts your human rights at all.
Hello there. I
Okay, so this guy was rude earlier.
But I also want you to know that it is not meant in ill will. Here, take this as a token of peace. No, go ahead. It's for you.
Where am I supposed to put it? You see any pockets? Okay, so he just gave me a single penny.
I have to. So what? Very well.
I was not in any covenant. Now, he even says this to you if you're in the way of white already, which is the covenant he's in.
Only their ultimate effectiveness will be determined.
This is like a starter baby covenant. They never really fully explain covenants to you, but it's how online interactions are sorted. It's like where you're sort of zoned in online interactions. So in Way of White, Princess Guard and Warriors of Sunlight, you're put into a kind of co-op friendly zone. You're less likely to be invaded. You're more likely to encounter friendly players who are there to help and help out other players. That's really it. They don't tell you any of that though. So now I can buy these things from him. These let me do healing magic.
Come again.
I am too poor for these.
The teachings depend upon your faith.
Like, yeah, restrictions for travel are not like restricting travel during a pandemic is not like infringing on your rights. Rights come with limitations, and endangering the lives of others is a pretty decent reason to, or yourself is a pretty decent reason to, limit your rights. Like, they put violent assailants in jail because they're danger. Yeah, that's the deal. And it's like, you can't require... It's like, have you ever seen that sign on many businesses? No shirt, no shoes, no service? Now, that is saying don't be naked in here, but it's also there to maybe keep out the homeless, which is messed up. But, yeah. It's a private business. They can work on their own terms. Yeah. But that's not fair discrimination. Like, they can require not cause unnecessary or undue risk, unnecessary harm or risk, but discriminating based on sexual orientation is not actually relevant to most businesses. So that can be a violation of rights. But saying, please God, don't spread disease in here, and they're like, it's my right to spread disease wherever I damn well please. Ring of Sacrifice. So if I wear that ring, that means that one time when I die, I get to come back without losing anything. It is for special occasions. He's on fire now. He takes off her... Nope. No singing. Oh, I should check and see if I can use that Morning Star. It is... Oh, I can use the Morning Star. So it is very slightly weaker and a bit heavier. However, it causes bleed. And it looks cooler. So, if I hit someone with this enough... Yeah. That's stupid. It's like, I didn't know y'all had rules. I don't know how anybody in Indiana talks. I've never been anywhere. You want to see a fun speed run tech? It's not really a speed run tech at all. It's just making something very slightly faster. And that thing isn't of major consequence. But you can just jump across that. So I saw a long message and then I saw a link and I was like, oh god, is that a bot? For a second, and then I looked and it was just you saying like, oh wow. I didn't know that some people in southern Illinois could have and Indiana could have the draw. You're the bot. Yeah, so you're supposed to go down here the long way, but you can just jump across. Yeah, so basically with this Morning Star, if I hit people enough, I can make them explode into blood by causing major blood loss. So the deal with maces, or clubs, I guess, or hammers, however they categorize them in this game, is that if you miss a swing, you have a much harder time recovering because the weight is heavy. There's a lot of weight on it. Doesn't matter how much strength you have. Yeah. That sounds awful. I found some rubbish. If you want to know what its in-game applications are, literally nothing. But if you give it to that crow, the crow likes the rubbish because it's just a bunch of broken up little fabric and they think it's soft because they're a bird and they like it and they give you a big hunk of rock in exchange. They don't know what the meaning of the rock is at all, but it can be used to upgrade weapons. Then in Dark Souls 3, there's also rubbish. It does literally nothing and cannot be exchanged for anything. It's just there to be garbage. It's there to have no use. And to make you mad when you see. Oh, man. So, these games are not for everyone with their tendency to just outright do things that you would never want a game to do. Ah, okay. But guess what? That means these games offer a different experience from pretty much everything else. But they're still competent games without those. But that just makes it way more interesting. And look here. It's a drake! It's a dragon! Gulp. No, that's Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves, we agreed. And honestly, I'm still pretty sure that, like, I don't know, I feel like Justin Bieber might be more famous. I don't know. I don't know how you would measure that. I know. But, like, I don't know how you measure fame on that. Because, like, it would have to be on a global scale, right? Unless you just ask people on the street, hey, you know who this is? They're like, nope. Know who this is? Yep. Oh, well, I guess that means that they're more famous. Like, it's not really a great way to measure anything. Oh, yeah, I can get a shield in a second. It is probably going to be barely better than this shield. Because it is at least... Yeah. Of mega celebrities, yeah. Like, you can be like, do you know who... Oh, I'm trying to think. Do you know who Josh Radnor is? And then people might be like, yeah or no. That you might be able to figure out. This, probably not. That Drake, who's more famous between Drake and Justin Bieber? Yeah, this is out and out better. Many people have no idea who Josh Radnor is. They will have... Yeah. He's the main character of How I Met Your Mother. I thought the main character was Marshall when I first saw it. I thought that he was the guy the show was about. And he isn't. It's not about him at all. He's just more likable. I should not go on another rant about How I Met Your Mother. Not at this time. Oh, so we get to meet a little salesman here. The first time I played this game, I know, but I've done it many times. But the first time I played this game, this guy, I really did not like the way he talked. And he's also very rude. Like, I hated his voice and how he spoke to me. And I killed him. And then he dropped a cool sword, so I was like, this was a good choice.
Well now, you seem to have your wits about you. Then you are a welcome customer. I trade for souls. Everything's for sale.
I really didn't like hearing that the first time. And I was like, I'm going to kill this guy. Well, I turned to my brother and I said... Can I kill him? And my brother's like, I think you're allowed to. And I was like, I want to kill him. Because if you don't buy anything, he says this.
What a waste of time. Go and fall off a cliff.
That really made me angry. So I killed him. Not the biggest fan of these things. So I feel like buying a weapon outright that's just like one of those standard ones feels a little cheap, so I don't particularly want to do that. Hold on, what was that? Oh, right, I was checking the shield's block percentage. 93% versus 75. Okay. This isn't actually that bad a shield. I'm assuming it's terrible against fire. Because it's just wood. I should have actually... Yeah, 40% magic, 30% fire, 65% lightning. The only thing, like, yeah, it's equal in weight and magic defense. It's just better. I like the sizzling sound when you drink S. Let's see. Should I talk? I don't think... I don't think TV shows are made very well with the way they're serialized. I know that's a problem with a lot of media, and many have spoken about how many things are drawn out far beyond the point they need to be. But I think TV shows probably have it the worst. Yeah. Like, a lot of people talk about how One Piece is so long. But the thing is that One Piece was built to be extremely long. It's built to be very rewarding to read and or watch over an extended period of time. For example, did you know that that Luffy's dad first appears in like episode like 48 or something, and it's not actually explained who he is until like episode like 200, that he's like what his role is in the world, and then it's not explained he's Luffy's dad until like episode 450 or something. And when you hear that, you're like, you're what? Yes. Then we can talk about everybody's favorite TV show, The Simpsons. Do you not love The Simpsons? I thought I was very cool when I was like 16 and watching a TV sitcom, and I had I had the thought, media does not need to be good. It needs to start off well and then be comfortable. And I was like 16, and I thought, oh, I'm so edgy and observant, and it was really just me being a dweeb, but yeah, but I think that there is something to that, but I was also a tool, so. Oh god. Okay, so these enemies are pretty passive, and they won't attack. They'll just stay there blocking for a really long time. I imagine most of us. If not, then somebody's gonna feel a very... Man, I looked on one of those dating apps today. Decision that I made. And I saw somebody who was like, I bought my first house at 20, blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna need somebody who could impress me. And I was like, swiping left. You seem like a terrible person. You seem so obnoxious. Like, I need to be impressed. Well, good luck. Have fun. I don't like you. And yeah, you can see a lot of people you hate, and it's like I'm a mom, I'm not getting vaccinated, and you're like, cool, have fun. Oh, it's a really good way to hate people very quickly. Or just think, wow, this person seems annoying. And I'm like, cool, have fun with that. Your kid's gonna die. Which is not a very nice thing to think. But and then you get to read the things like, or look at the pictures and be like, that's a lot of camo. There's a gun. You're probably racist. Or just like, man, you seem like you exercise like a lot. Nah. Or the absolute favorite. Dear God, could you stop talking about The Office? It's not that good. It was pretty good. But like, please. Yes. Oh no, these are girls as well, that they're in this rural area. There are a lot of ladies who like to kill animals and have, like, sometimes it's just like them holding up a dead deer by the antlers, and I'm like, do you think I like seeing that? Like, yes, I know I eat meat, but like, I don't really need to see something that you shot to death. And it's like, oh, humans fulfill the roles that former predators used to. I'm like, okay. Lots of things happen in the system that we live in. I don't need to see all of them. I'm pretty good not seeing most things needed for things to function. I'm okay living in some ignorance. Yeah. Yeah, like, if they thought about it like the same way, like, people think about cleaning or taking out the trash or something, and they're like, somebody's gotta do it, I wouldn't mind so much. Like, when they talk about, like, farmers do not bother me with their, like, somebody's gotta do it. But when they're like, I love killing, I'm like, I'm a little worried. You need to talk to somebody, maybe a little bit. Okay, so I have found one piece of clothing so far. Yes. Yes, it's very much just barely not a circle. Yeah. Nice and fun. Fun and nice. Okay, so here's the unfortunate part. I hate this piece of clothing. It will be a benefit to my character in all ways, except for a very slight weight gain that will not actually impact my play at all. But I don't like this. I don't like it. I do not think it suits me. I would like pants. Alright, let's go. What do you think of this guy? He's tall and dangerous, and he's got a sword. I am really hoping he drops this sword, because it's a good sword, and far better than anything else I have at this point. In fact, if you get this sword, it's pretty much good enough to carry you through the rest of the game. There is like a 20% chance of it dropping. there 20% chance of it dropping. There are 3 that I can kill at this point in the game. You may notice that's not exactly... yes. Hello, sir. Would you like to donate a sword? Indeed. Ooh, that's not nearly enough to kill him. Come on, what is it gonna take to get you to bleed? I don't know if this guy can bleed. Oh, that hurts. Also, the moans that your character make, like, not grunts, they are moans. They are very soft and impassioned. And boy, does it sound wrong at many points. Like, it's not a like, ah! It's not a, it's a, oh, and you're like, please, sir. I know many jokes have been made about it, but boy, would that, like, change any fight. If someone just, like, started making very perverse sound. Come on. Yes! Oh, yes! Okay, so, Ace, I have good news. Let me show you. Okay, so you see this? This has 90 damage. Let's look at the base damage. This has 90 total damage, like cumulative. This has 220. Now, I cannot use it, but I now have a goal. And if I were to equip this, once I meet that requirement, boy, would I deal way more damage. Oh, also there's a ring behind him. I should go and get that. So yeah, that sword, like, I have characters who've beaten the game who still use that sword afterwards. It's very good. It's like it's so good that I think that a lot of players who do get it on their first run maybe shouldn't, because it makes the game way easier. And for the first time, and if you play through again and you don't get that sword, you're going to have a very rough time. It's like being born with a parent with money. Like a lot of money. Alright, I guess I'll wear this helmet as well. It's stupid. I don't like this helmet. I don't even have shoes. Like, if you lose that bunch of money, you're gonna have no workable skills. And the system is not set up to help people without those unless they're disabled. And even then, they're pretty stingy about it. I have 2 souls. Let's go. Okay, let's see. So, do I have... let's see, 98, 86... Yeah, okay, this is probably my best weapon because of the bleed. Like, this is a little bit lighter and a little bit stronger, but, like, the bleed is good. And I also just like that it's a metal weapon. I like metal weapons. Metal is shiny. Oh, drop some humanity for me. Ace, did you know that in One Piece, that characters who learn how to manipulate spirit energy are capable of like coating their skin, hardening their skin, and making it look like blackened iron, and it looks really cool. Because that's a thing that happens. Like, it's very shiny. Like, they just make they'll just be like, boom, and their fist looks like it's all, like, polished metal. And then they punch someone in the face. Oh, well, it looks really cool, because they do that for, like, offense and defense. And, like, to demonstrate it, like, this giant fish person, who's, like maybe 4 or 5 feet taller than Luffy, like, tries to drop his leg over him, like, with a big kick, and then Luffy just holds up his fist, and it turns into, like, all metallic, and then he blocks it, and, like, the leg, like, squishes against his fist, and, like, rebounds, and then Luffy kicks him in the head and with his leg turning metallic, and knocks him unconscious. Or, like, knocks him to the ground, and then he's, like, all bleed. It's cool. Just, like, skin turned to iron. I punch. I know that's, like, what Colossus does and all that, and many superheroes do, but it just looks cool. Because they always, like, usually make it silver. Or gold or something. Also, since it can provide an extra layer of protection, that means that they are free to, say, set their fists on fire or something. One Piece is good. And then Luffy does this thing where he calls it second gear, where he forces his veins to his blood vessels to expand and contract by stretching, and then he forces that, and by doing so he causes his blood to pump through his body way more quickly because of the elasticity of his heart and blood vessels. They can handle a lot more stress. So he does that, and then that causes, since he gets way more blood through his body, way more oxygen to all his muscles, it puts his entire body into overdrive. He then turns red because of all the very active blood throughout his body, and then because of the heat, he begins to steam. So he turns red and gets, like, mist floating all around him. When he does that, later on, he's able to... Oh, yeah. He's able to send his fist flying far back enough with enough force and speed that he then coats his fist in haki, which is what it's called, the energy. It turns to metal, but it's sent with such force and friction that his fist ignites, and then he hauls his fist all the way back and hits his opponent with a burning fist. And he calls that move Gum Gum Red Hawk. And it's so cool. And I've been wanting to tell Graham about that move for months. Because it's one of the sickest things. Graham is just now getting close to the point where he finds out about second gear. And I've been trying to urge him to get to that point, because that alone is so sick. He also has third gear, where he inflates his bones with air, and because his bones can handle a lot of pressure, and they can expand. He forces all that into his fist. And then it expands and becomes super large and weighted, and he then propels that and punches with a massive amount of force. He can also combine these to make it so he can just go crazy strong and fast. This is really tiring for him, though. Then, later on, he develops fourth gear. Oh, he calls that third gear when he expands his bones, by the way. Bone stretch. Then he gets fourth gear, where he forces his muscles to expand. Then he grows like 5 feet, and he becomes big and bouncy all over. because his muscles are full of tension, and that means that they can also. Yeah, oh yeah, no, no, do not do that. But because they're full of tension, you need to look up One Piece rock hard inflation, Luffy Luffy big bone. But he grows, and that means that since there's so much pressure, he's able to fire his body his fists and legs around like rockets. And because he's filled with all that pressure, he is also technically lighter than he is normally, so he can float by simply jumping a little because he's full of air. And that has 3 forms. That's the first one I just described is Bounce Man. That's what the translation is, even though he literally says Bound Man, which is English. But they're like, let's call it Bounce Man. I'm like, he's calling it Bound Man. You can call it Bound Man. Oda researches English to name a lot of things, like many manga artists do. Some do it less than others, but like Bound Man makes sense. It's like not an improper description at all. But they're like, let's call it Bounce Man. And I'm like, he calls it Bound Man. That's close. Maybe they're doing that so people won't look up Bound Man and come up with fetish stuff. But then he has Tank Man, where he does a similar thing, but the concentration of the air more makes it so he goes for size and like and not necessarily coating, but like less pressure and more like absorbency, so that he can basically just make anything bounce off of him. There's too much for you to actually penetrate in. It's just not very plausible. He just makes himself really big, and it's hard to actually hurt him because there's not much. You have to get real deep to actually, hurt anything. It's just big balloon. Try to hit like through all that dense fat. Basically, it's just a bunch of cushioning. And he calls that Tank Man. Then there's Snake Man, where he abandons all thought of defense and goes entirely for speed and destructive power. And that is what is probably his coolest looking of those, because he loses all the extra mass, and it's all about just kicking things and punching things until they break to pieces.
An adherent of the Lord of Sunlight. Do you find that strange? Well, no need to.
Okay, so this is Solaire. He loves the sun. He loves the sun so much. He really likes it. It's all bright and shiny and warm and nice. He's a big fan. He's just standing here checking out the sun. He loves it so much. It's nice. But most people think he's weird.
So what do you say? Why not help one another on this lonely journey? It pleases me greatly. Well then, take this. We are amidst strange beings in a strange land. The flow of time itself is convoluted, with heroes centuries old fading in and out. The very fabric wavers, and relations shift and obscure, with no telling how much longer your world and mine will remain in contact. To summon one another as spirits, cross the gaps between worlds.
Yeah.
Engage in jolly causes.
Like Integraru does Integral does not. That's not a name. Integra sound like integrity might actually be a name in English, but people would hear that and say that sounds like a stripper name. Like legit would be like, that's a stripper's name. And then and integral would not sound like a name at all. It's an adjective. And Integra just sounds like a fancy upper class name by somebody being a little bit too posh. Also, I heard that for Ultimate, they got into like a fight with the yeah. That they got into a fight with the translation supervisors who were like, and Arikado, and they're like, Alucard. And this was for Ultimate after they'd already dubbed the original, and they were like, Alucard, it's not Arikado, it's Alucard. And they're like, no, it's Arikado. And they're like, no, it comes from English. It's Alucard. It's Dracula backwards. And they're like, no. In the manga, it's written Arikado. That's what his name is. And then they had to go to the mangaka and they're like, we are not calling him Arikado. That is stupid. We refuse. That's not, it comes from English. We know what that word is supposed to be. And then they're like, well, let's go to the mangaka. And the mangaka's like, yeah, it's supposed to be Alucard. And they're like, I told you it's supposed to be Alucard. Dubbing is a very difficult process. So if you can knock that the tail off of that drake, you can take the part of the tail as a sword. I will not be doing that as I do not have a bow or arrows of any kind yet. I technically have a crossbow. I don't know if I can use it. Oh dear. Oh boy. Man, that tweet where they're like, nobody should, yeah. Kado, Arcard, Arucard, Alec. Wow. But like that one dude on the internet who was like, they should never localize anything. They should just do literal translations and nothing more. I'm like, that would like be nonsense, right? Because that's what Google Translate does. And most of the time that ends up as gibberish. Like that's like language is more complex than that. It's not just straight conversion. Like many conversations people have in the day-to-day do not just use the things we think of as language. They like they use euphemisms and idioms and phrases, and even local phrases don't mean the same thing. Like there are things that you refer to that I don't understand, and things that I refer to that you don't understand that require a bit of explanation. Like amongst the people speaking the same language. Like, language is so much more complicated than they ever seem to understand, in spite of the fact they speak one. Like, have you ever had some younger person reference a meme around an older person, and then you have to go through, like, 4 layers of explanation to explain what that meme means? Also, while trying to dance around something that's probably very inappropriate in there, at least one thing. Like, now do that with a continent removed, and with with Japan's 3 different writing systems, which 2 of which are the same, and another one is very different. Because it's just, let's use Chinese, and then they're like, let's change it though. And then they were like, let's keep changing it though. And like, the moon is beautiful tonight means nothing in English other than it looks nice out. And like, yeah. Yes, it means very little to, like, quirked up white boy busting it done sexual style. Is he goated with the sauce? It's like, those are all technically English words except for maybe goated, but that still comes from what do you call it, an acronym. As opposed to, say, you know, many other things. Like, and something that happens in a lot of languages that isn't even like contraction is just verbal, what do you call it, like verbal shortcuts and whatnot. So like, something that most native English speakers say is something that you know, happens in a lot of languages. But if I were to ask you, I don't, like, let's say, how many cracks are there on the moon? You'd probably go, I don't know. But that is not even words. But we all know what that means. It's just like, I don't know without, or I do not know without any single, like, consonant touched upon. But you just follow the rhythm of the words, and you go, I don't know. I don't fucking know. Like, people in English do that all the time. That's just noises that resemble the words. Like, language, like, there's not, that's, like, and then there's, and yes, they are opposites, and like, yeah, like, Japanese, they'll go all the time, or and that's like supposed to be yeah, or and then they'll go yeah, and that's no, or yada yada, or dame, or whatever, and it's like, that's no way, absolutely not, or whatever, and you're like, yeah, like the or so, like that, so desu, like those come out all the time. Like, a lot of language is reduced to its bare roots, so that you can just so that you can just get things across quickly. Like, there are shortcuts upon shortcuts upon shortcuts in verbal language. Like, translating that literally results in nonsense. Like, the literal meaning of is nothing. It's not literal. There are no words in there. It's sound. You can't write that out. or something like, do you want syrup on your pancakes? Is the sky blue? That, translated literally, is nonsensical. It's supposed to be a rhetorical question to say that the answer is to point out that this is a question that pretty much everybody knows the answer to. Yes. Why? There's no point in asking that question. Of course I would want syrup on my pancakes. But if you were to say that, and put that into a literal translator, that phrase and that tone and implication could be completely lost. Is the sky blue could just be like, does this person not know? Why are they like... Yes, puns are something that are borderline impossible to translate. Like many different things relating to animals and nya and kumama or whatever. Okay, I also have to say that excuse me. Sorry. I get nya as a cat sound completely. I do not get one as a wolf sound. That is never what barks have sounded like to me. Like I was like, it's like nyan is what they think cats sound like. I was like, oh okay. It's like one is what they think dogs sound like. I'm like, that's nothing like what dogs sound like. I've heard dogs before. It's not what they sound like at all. Oh, that's bleed. That there. Yeah, bow wow also is nothing. Like, woof and bark and growl, like, those sound a bit closer. Bow wow is not... Yeah. But I have to say that Wan-chan works way better as a nickname, but it's like a lot of subbers I've seen don't know how to translate that, but I've often wondered, I'm like, if they don't want to say, that sure is one heckin' woofer, or something like that. Also, the phrase heckin' would mean nothing. It's supposed to be taking a softened version of a softened reference to hell, the negative afterlife in Christian belief, but turned into an adjective, but used as an active verb to describe what would usually be fucking, to say that something is used to exaggerate or strengthen something, but softened to the point where it becomes paradoxical and thus a joke. But is it that easy to put that in another language? No, not at all. No, come on. You can throw farther than that. Come on, man. Okay, so what I'm supposed to do here is I'm supposed to take these alluring skulls. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oops. So I'm supposed to throw it here. This is a thing that lures him, and then he runs into the flame to try and get it, and then he burns himself to death, or at least harms himself through it. Come on, come back. Go for it. Go for it. Peggy. Come on, Peggy. Also, like, we have examples of when things try to translate literally. Donkey Kong. That was supposed to mean stubborn ape. That is not what came out at all. It has nothing, like, donkeys are known to be stubborn, and they looked up a synonym for stubborn, and they got donkey. Like, the literal translations are bad. That's why they don't do those. And it's not like they're doing localization to the point of, like, for kids, ooh, this burger sure is yummy. This jelly donut sure is delicious. Yes. Mm-hmm. Or it's like, you can hear an English word being used and you're like, man, that grammatically does not work anymore. Like, English grammar is very much part of its structure and like how it's spoken. Like, it's very proper relative to a lot of other languages, and that's mostly from French, I think. But, like, when they say, like, Raki dayo or whatever, it's like that doesn't really fit most things. Like, or cool, specifically in reference to, like, a cool taciturn type personality and nothing else. Whereas it doesn't really mean that in English anymore. It usually just means something that's positive or a person that's agreeable. Oh yeah. Yeah. Like in to be a big weeb, in the song King, the phrase virgin happy show comes along, and I'm like, well, I don't know what that's even supposed to mean. I really don't. But it is words. Alright, I got the night shield. Alright, 100% physical block and 60% fire block. Heavier, but better. Also, King slaps. I'm trying to think of other, like, there have been so many throughout the years. Like, they are, like, if you were to say do literal translations for a language that is closer to English, then you might have an argument. But Japanese and English are so far apart in, like, every way. I can't really think of any commonalities. Other than, like, they do lend themselves well to puns, but technically most languages do that. Like, a lot of Japanese that's translated without any sort of localization effort ends up sounding very flat and dry because what works well in their language really doesn't in ours. Yes, number-based Japanese puns. Like, in One Piece, I'm sorry, there is a group of 5 siblings. Reiju, Ichiji, Niji, Sanji, and Yonji. that would mean nothing to somebody who does not know Japanese at all. They would just think G is the end of a name. But it's like they had 5 kids and they named them 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. That would never translate to anybody. Okay, so I am very close to a bonfire, so I am rushing past these things to ensure I get to it. I just need more clothing. I'm pretty sure they're still chasing me. Oh, I made it. Okay. Alright, that is enough dexterity. Okay. And then that's not even getting into the whole kanji thing where they will be like, write word this way and say it's pronounced another way, which does not work in any way in English. Like in Death Note, when Light talks to Ray's girlfriend and is like, excuse me, he's like, this is how my name is spelled. And she's like, this is how my name is spelled. And I'm like, yeah, this is impossible to localize without sounding weird. It is quite literally just like, yeah. Yeah. Shini, shini, koroshi, and then it just does not sound like anything here. And in One Piece, I'm sorry, in One Piece, Whitebeard's birthday is April 6th. Hiro. White. But, that means nothing here. Luffy often wears clothes that have the numbers 5 and 6 on them because Gomu. And Mu isn't even 6 in Japanese anymore. It's just what it used to be. It, like, you don't even have to, it's not even just language of Japanese, it's language of historical Japanese. Like, if we were to start making, like, Middle English puns. Like, you are not educated enough to get this joke. And sometimes there'll just be, like, reference to a comedy show that was on in Japan in the 70s that was pretty popular, or wasn't at all. But we do that all the time too, and that's something that's very difficult to translate. And like many cultural jokes, like if you were to watch the show Corner Gas, you probably would not get that one weird politician guy was not just some actor, that was the Prime Minister of Canada at the time. He's just there to make a joke about politicians, and he 100% knowingly agreed to go on the show. Now, I do not like that prime minister, but he was on the they've had 2 sitting prime ministers on Corner Gas. And I think maybe one retired. Like, they don't care. Like, yeah. The joke they had him on for is so incredibly minor and stupid. It was a big debate over what was better, groundhogs or gophers. And he's there, like, at the podium making a speech. He's like, and I would have to say personally, here at the site of this thing, of this town where this thing began, I am personally pro groundhog. And then everybody goes, I don't know. And he's like, did I say groundhog? I meant gophers. I meant to say gophers. Gophers are better. And then everybody's like, yeah, gophers. And he's like, hey, and he smiles like a creepy, slimy dude, and then gives a thumbs up. That's the whole joke. They got the prime minister, a leading politician is wishy-washy and will do whatever it takes to get approval. But the thing that he's talking about is gophers and groundhogs. In conclusion, Canadian humor is incredibly funny. But oh, I saw this girl on YouTube. She's like, I love Canadian humor. She says, I was like, oh, Canadian, we have humor. We have an identifiable brand of humor. I don't know what that is. I'm assuming it's like a somewhat understated goofiness with a general, like, tired attitude, but I don't know. I don't know what perceptions of Canada are. It was very weird to me that Schitt's Creek became so popular. Every once in a while, some Canadian thing will get very popular, and I'm like, oh, you guys are paying attention? But it's probably more that Gene Levy is known than anything else. I did not know Gene Levy was Canadian until that show aired. They also refused to say what country they're in for the entirety of the show, like where Schitt's Creek is. Because I believe they are aware that saying here in Toronto always sounds ridiculous. It's funny. Oh, come on. So these things are just big moving trees. I believe I'm doing very low damage to them because I'm using a blunt weapon. And they are trees. They are weak to slashing damage. That's a joke. That's kind of a joke. I think it's a good one. Would other people? Possibly not. But also, I just think it's very funny. It's like, we're going to have the leader of the entire country on a TV show. What are we going to do? We're going to make fun of him a little bit and have him talk about something that is meaningless. Yeah. Yeah. People know Eugene Levy and Catherine O'Hara from a couple of very popular movies. I don't like American Pie very much. That's neither here nor there, but I don't like it very much. I don't think it's very good. From what I saw of it, I thought it was really annoying. And Home Alone, which is fine. I think it's okay, but but I did not recognize her as the mom from Home Alone. Yeah. Lots of people don't think about Canada in the States, don't think about Canada existing at all. like I'll say, sometimes I'll be online and they'll be like what state do you live in? And I'm like, I don't live in a state. And they're like, what do you mean? Where do you live? And I'm like, well, and they're like, you sound like you're from the States. I'm like, well, think about the continent you live on for a second. and they're like, what? I'm like, well, can you think of any other countries on that continent that speak English and have similar accent? He's like, well, you don't sound Mexican. And I'm like, I'm not Mexican. And then they're like, Iceland, Greenland, I don't know. Yeah. And then I was like, do I sound like I'm from Greenland? And they're like, I don't know what people from Greenland sound like. And then my friend shouted, he's from Canada, you dumb fucking idiot. And he's like, oh, Canada. I forgot about Canada. I'm like, dear God, man. Like, I didn't even ask him for knowledge. He just had to know the country existed and was physically near. I wasn't like, what's our national anthem? I was like, think about countries on the continent that speak the same language as you. And he's like, Mexico? Iceland? I don't even know if which it is, Iceland or Greenland. I think it's Greenland, but I'm not sure because I don't know either. But I know where the United States is, roughly. I have seen the United States. I haven't been there. I saw it across a lake one time. Yeah, there are two countries touching us. It's only two. One speaks English, one largely does not. Honestly, I don't know if they really want to. I don't know if it would benefit them. But lots of people there do speak English. It can be beneficial. But it's honestly funnier to not learn English. Or to pretend you haven't at all. It's just funnier that way. Also the you never told me you spoke English. And it's like, you didn't ask. And it's like, you didn't. It's like, I've been stranded in this country for form or something. And you spoke English the entire time. That's always very funny. Comedy's good when it's good. That's a very dumb thing to say. But more my meaning was that there's a lot of bad comedy these days. Because lots of people aren't funny, but really think they are. Oh, so on Friday, because it is no longer Friday, my mother had like a vacation day from New Year's that she chose, that she got like a spare. So her coworker scheduled an appointment on the wrong day that they weren't supposed to be back to work yet, and Uh, yeah. Yeah, Logan. Man, Logan's good. I should watch Logan again. But she had the day off today because her coworker scheduled an appointment a day before they got off vacation. So their boss was just like, "And we'll just cut vacation short so I can make money." 'Cause he's a bad person. Oops. And my mother was not happy about that. Because my mother's not, she wasn't even supposed to schedule the appointment. Scheduling appointments is my mother's job. That's part of that falls under my mother's territory. And she just scheduled an appointment without, like, checking to see if it was the right day even. And my mother's like, "We're not supposed to be back then." And she's like, "We're not back yet." And the doctor's just like, "Oh, we'll go back early." And my mother was pissed. And then, like, "Oh, we'll get another vacation day later." So my mother took that vacation day on Friday. And then I was, like, up at, like, 10 to 8. I'm like, "Shouldn't she be up soon?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah. Vacation day." Anyway, I would have very angry thoughts towards anyone who cut my vacation a day short. I've gotten angry at people, like one day, my brother and I missed the bus. And then or like, maybe it was just, we both missed the bus. And then, my mother's friend was just like, "Oh, don't worry, I can drive you." And I was just like, "I do not want you to drive me. I want to stay home. I don't like going there. It's stupid." I did not say this, but I was just kind of like, okay. I was really angry. Do not accommodate me. I don't want to go. Oh, I hated it. Like, I tried so often to not go to school in high school. Like, we had like a big storefront parking lot, but there were like a bunch of bushes and a big sign, and I would try to like stand kind of behind those in the hopes that the bus would just go past there, and then my mother would like yell out at me, "You stand at the end of the driveway where they can see." I hated it so much. Oh, I forgot to mention, my dad recommended another career path to me, as he loves to do. He told me that these days there are even people... Yeah. You're like, "Nope, I'm not doing it. I have decided I will not do it." But he told me about how apparently these days there are people who can make a living streaming on Twitch. And he likes to bring up things to me casually to see if I bite. He will bring up so many things. Like, I don't know if he thinks I'm stupid or if he thinks that, like, I don't notice when he does this or that I want him to do it, but he will just, like, casually bring up career paths to me. Now, don't get me wrong, it's not that I don't want that. I would be happy to be, able to earn money from this, but, it's not that easy. It's like saying, you know, there are people who make money from being professional guitar players. It's like, that's true. There are people who do make money from being professional guitar players. It is not something you can expect to do with any sort of guarantee. Lots of people play the guitar. Lots of people idolize being able to play the guitar. Like, so many people want to play guitar for a living. Like, it's many people's dreams to go and do that. You can't just do it. Yes, gaining popularity is very difficult. Even maintaining popularity is difficult. I don't know how some people are able to get such rabid fan bases for doing such things as playing Minecraft. You're right, that was my mistake. But, like, I didn't know that there were people who were so into certain Minecraft YouTubers that they became labeled as their fans. Yes, the algorithm is pushed to rabid 12-year-olds. But, I am no longer 12, and in spite of all my many childish interests, the things that I liked as a kid are not that often relevant to kids these days. I was 12 years old in 2008. How many kids are out there sitting there thinking, man, why aren't there any streamers like me who want to play Assassin's Creed 1? Assassin's Creed 1 came out in 2007, I think. But, like, still, like, it was a very different time. It was 14 years ago. And people my age group are generally, yeah, nostalgia, like the housing crisis. Here's, like, oh man, I think I might be strong enough to wield the sword. I don't know why I didn't try to do that. I got distracted and thought about going off to here. So you can come back to the very beginning of the game right here. Here it is. Here's the start of the game. Yes, a lot of content that is popular is bad. A lot of it. Many things on the internet are not very good. Okay, so look at this. 43 damage. Two-handed. 281 damage. Versus 110. Now, let's see. I am not yet able to fight very well with this, as demonstrated when I tried to strike one-handed, and nearly died. See? Not great. Oh god, I'm gonna go all the way back to the tower. Okay. I'm gonna go all the way back to the Undead Parish. Let's go. See? All the way back here. Now, I am not going to wield this just yet. See? I am much more vulnerable now. Down to 97. But I'm gonna get rid of this stupid helmet and put on this helmet, which I think is better. I'm gonna get rid of this stupid skirt, put on these, which I think is better. Get rid of this shirtless chest. I'm sorry. I know it's what everybody wants to see me shirtless. I'm much heavier now. And I'm gonna put on these gauntlets. See, I look like a real knight now. Very heavy, though. Now, in order to get to a point where I can actually wear these effectively, hold on. I'm at 36 out of 36. So if I put this sword on. Actually, I'll just swap to this. Hold on, what is that anyway? 95, yeah, that's good. But, 37.8. I have switched things around. I am now far heavier, but my damage and defense have risen quite a bit. But I'm not actually gonna... let's see. Honestly, I might as well stick with this until I can get a certain ring, which is what I'm gunning for. No longer a raving man whore, which might be a loss to some people. I don't know. Look at this thing. This thing can pop up sometimes. This only appears when you're online, and it's a very low chance of it popping up. If you kill it, it drops a little thing for you. It drops some humanity for you. I haven't used any humanity yet. Because I just haven't really thought of it. But humanity is a resource that you use to... you can use it to kindle bonfires, increasing the amount of Estus you can use. Or you can use it to turn human and summon other players into your world, or risk getting invaded. Now, they rebalanced... It was balanced differently, the similar mechanic in Demon Souls and Dark Souls 2 and 3, where being the... So, like, think of it as being human. You use humanity to turn human. I die. I fell. I almost died. You use it to turn human in this. Think of it as becoming alive. In other games, the living state generally offers more health, and the dead state offers some kind of like flaw, either having lower max health or not having the health buff, or simply having like less something, like less defense or whatever. But in Dark Souls 1, there really isn't an inherent flaw to being undead, to being hollow. All it means is you can't summon other players, but that means you don't get invaded. And it means you can't get more, like, increase your max Estus. But I'm pretty comfortable with this, as is. And you can also just raise the Estus cap and then then just jump off a cliff. Then you get the Estus raised, and then you don't get, then you don't get invaded or anything. Unless you're trying to do co-op, which is fun. But, not everybody wants to do that. Or your friends are asleep. Sometimes your friends are really busy playing Destiny 2 to get ready for the upcoming expansion, and that they're going to remove content. So even though you were like, "Yo, you want to play through Dark Souls 3 together in preparation for Elden Ring," you ask in like October, and they're like, "Hell yeah!" And then they're like, "Destiny," and you're like, "But Destiny's bad," and they're like, "But Destiny." Who not naming names? Just subtweeting Graham at like 5 in the morning. Don't tell him about this. I'm just kidding. We'll play Elden Ring next week and probably a while after, because God, it's been a long time since Dark Souls 3 came out in 2016. Then they put out Sekiro 3 years later, and Sekiro was different. And then we're like, please, another one. And then they're like, another one. And then we're like, yeah. They also put out like there was also Demon Souls, but that was a remake of a game I'd already played. There was nothing new to experience. It was just the old thing, but slightly different and smoother and faster. Sorry. I can't. So like that thing where they like where the game got messed up for them, they really didn't do anything. They just walked into a room and then it just stopped working. Like suddenly they walked through a door and then like this thing from the very beginning of the game started playing. And I was like, why is the main villain introducing herself? And then they were like, are we back at the very beginning? It was like, oh no, please, God, they're close. They're close to the end. And before you get to go for the secret ending or the true ending or whatever, they ask, like, do you want the game to end now? And I'm like, please end the game. I hate Five Nights at Freddy's. It's so stupid. But they want to go for the true ending, so they're like, no, let's go for it. And then the game bit them, I guess, for wanting to play it more. The bite of 22. And they're like, we didn't promise that it would be the last one. I'm like, I'm pretty sure you guys said that on like Tuesday. Didn't they say on Tuesday that it would probably be the last time today? Ooh, the Great Axe, that's rare. But I really feel like they said that. It could be my mind betraying me. Yeah, like, I feel like every time they've said, like, okay, this should be the last time we play Five Nights at Freddy's, and I'm like, okay, and then they're like, we got stuck doing this one puzzle for, like, 90 minutes. And I'm like, please just look up a guide. And they're like, you insult me. Earlier I said that the stream, because I looked on Graham's account, and I was on PlayStation 5 you can see how many hours people have in games, and I was like, it says on how long to beat that this game takes 15 hours to beat. Like, you guys have 14 hours in this game. Oh God, it's just like, I don't understand any of the like, it's not that I don't understand it. I'm like, how are people so engaged in this? It's, yeah. And they played golf for a long time that one time. And I'm like, it's just people building pizzerias to murder children or get revenge via pizzeria. And I'm like, I said in chat, I'm like, why did, or through what do you call them, animatronics, and I'm like, why is every scheme, like, why is the only way these people know how to accomplish their goals by using a pizzeria? Why are you trying to conquer the, like, do all of this through a pizza place? What is, like, why is your master plan just murder children at a pizza parlor for kids? And then you're like, oh, I'll build robots to kill the kids. It's like, oh no, the robot killed my kid. No. Like, am I supposed to have any sort of feelings about that other than finding it hilarious? And I'm like, why is Frisk so into this? What is it? Why are they attached to all these weird puppets? They barely talk. They didn't talk for like 4 games or whatever. And why are other people horny for them? Why do so many people care? It's just a stupid horror game. I don't know why. Oh, we have a guest. Hi, buddy. Please don't tell them I said this. But I hate... Oh, I'm getting invaded. Somebody's going to come in here and try to kill me. Oh, okay. You're going to get to see everybody's favorite part of Dark Souls when another player breaks in and tries to kill you. And if I look here... Oh no, quit game is still available. Technically, I could do that. I don't really feel like doing that right now, though. Let's... Oh, he's so happy. He's a happy boy. Hi. Is there something you wanted, kitty cat? There it is. Oh, this is a player I have no chance of beating. I've encountered them before. Like, I don't know, like, a lot of the stuff at the beginning of Five Nights at Freddy's 1 was like jokes. See? I've encountered this player before. But then they're like, oh, but you're like then they're like, you're the... Frisk was like, oh, but it turns out at the start of Five Nights at Freddy's 1, you're the undead son of the co-owner of the franchise who is working there to orchestrate their plan to get revenge on their evil serial killer father. And I'm like, what? I just thought you were some random person who got a part-time job just because. Yes, it's so... There's so much, and it's also nothing. I'm like, why? Oh, okay, you could go with the animatronics and be like, oh, they've gone haywire or whatever. And then it's like, oh, but also there are ghosts in the animatronics. And I'm like, that's stretching it, but okay. And then it's like, and also there are zombies. And I'm like, you're not even like approaching reality anymore, man. You're just like, also like, you can't just keep saying also zombies, man. From animatronics to also the animatronics are haunted to, and there are zombies.
Get yourself.
Like, and also somebody is Yeah. Like, I'm gonna do what I love and blame it entirely on Matt Pat. Like, I know that internet fandom will always rave about things already, but he gave people stuff to latch on to. So, this is a Black Knight weapon, and Black Knight weapons are extra effective against demons, and this thing I'm fighting is a demon. He gave people so much bullshit. And, like, the fact that a serious lore character of the series and, like, its main and, like, its principal antagonist was first known as the purple guy, and that's like a figure, and someone was like, oh, it's like Kingdom Hearts, and I'm like, okay, yes, Kingdom Hearts is stupid, I will give you that. Kingdom Hearts is incredibly dumb, but at least, like, it's more that, like, A, it doesn't have Scott Cawthon involved, and B, it has a lot more reasons immediately for people to get invested in it. It has Final Fantasy characters. It has a very strong art style. It has exemplary music. It's graphically impressive in every game, and it had Disney money and characters and Disney worlds to explore. Like, I was a 6-year-old kid when I got into it. A 6-year-old kid seeing Disney combined with edgy JRPG stuff, that could get a lot of kids in, and it did. But I know it's dumb. I'm not saying that they think it's like the finest art in the universe or ever, but like the first main antagonist of Kingdom Hearts is known as Ansem, Seeker of the Darkness, or Seeker of Darkness, or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, it sounds like a fantasy villain. And it's like, who's the evil serial killer? Purple guy. And I'm like, really? The purple guy? It's like, oh, what's his real name? Bill. What? And like, it's like, oh, what does Bill do? He's a serial killer. Likes killing children. He made a pizzeria chain with shows and robots to entertain and murder children. He just likes knowing that it's happening. Yeah. Yeah. He like, there's so little in there now to for me to like latch onto and be like, yeah, that's like, at first I everybody was talking about it and I watched a Let's Play because I was like, okay, well, I might as well see what this thing is that everybody's talking about. It's like, okay, it's a horror game. Okay, you can't move. That's interesting. And then I was like, oh, you gotta monitor the cameras. And I was like, man, these things look creepy. And then I was like, okay. And yeah. And then when the next one came out, I was like, oh, and I also thought it was cool that it was only like $5. That I just liked that things were cheap because I was poor. I did not buy it because I was like, I don't like horror games and that game doesn't look fun to me at all. And then I like horror aesthetics sometimes, but horror games are not what I'm into. But and then They're like, oh, made Five Nights at Freddy 2 like a few months later, and I was like, wow, that was fast. And then I watched that one, and I'm like, okay. And I'm like, oh, they're cool little Atari mini games. And then like then I was like, oh, there's another one already? And then I was like, okay, fine. And then it's like, there's a fourth one. I was like, I don't care anymore. Shut up. I'm done. Hi, buddy. Hello. And I'm like, why are all of these still so big? But then they kept getting bigger, and they're gonna make a movie. I'm like, what is there to make a movie out of? Also, why? Why does Hollywood see like any video game property and be like, we'll make a movie out of it? I'm like, you know that that not everything needs a movie, and B, many video games do not remotely suit a movie. So, I believe they've been trying, or at least talking about making Dark Souls movies, and they have made a Dark Souls comic book. You may have noticed something, Ace, but it's been about, like, maybe maybe not. Like, it's been over an hour. No, I just talked to Andre, but, like, in the last 2.5 hours, I've spoken to, like, 3 people in the game. It's been 2.5 hours. I have not had a conversation that's lasted longer than a minute. And my character has not actually participated in those conversations. They've said yes or no. Like, these things are not meant to be big Hollywood movies. I'm sorry for my cowardice, Ace. Well, I still do intend to play The Evil Within at some point. But that's more survival horror than pure horror, but I think it's still pretty close. Also, it's extremely gay villains. I want to look at some of those villains. Or not some of... I want to look at arguments on the internet where people are like, nothing in JoJo is gay. I know they exist. You know they do. But I want to look at them, grasp at those straws. Like... Dio wears caps and lipstick and hearts and nail polish. Like, his outfit is gold and green and black, and he's wearing a bodysuit. And he has eyeliner on. Also, Dio is confirmed to be bisexual, by the way. Like, if you're wondering if there's anything canon to it, yeah, Dio's bisexual. And when it's like, yeah, Dio is bisexual, I'm like, yeah. These vampires have a daughter together. They all... Oh, man. I love it. all the... It's like, they're not together. It's like... So, I've run into people making arguments like that. Or, like, with... This is gonna stun you. Nero and Kyrie from Devil May Cry 4 and 5. The protagonist and his girlfriend who live together in a house and they kiss and they're like, it's so blatantly romantic. And there are people like, oh, they probably haven't they probably haven't had sex. I'm like, they live in a house together. You think they're roommates? And he like to be heteronormative. He talks about his wife, his girlfriend or wife's cooking habits, and that she talks a lot. Like, he complains about, he pokes fun at the wife and talks about, like, he says, wait for me, and he's like, I wonder what she's doing right now. And he calls her when he's feeling upset. And it's like, no, they're just really good friends. And I'm like, what? What do you... The roommates who kiss is all. I'm like, I think that's called... But, like, it's not, like, I know that you are supposed to kiss the homies goodnight and all, but that hasn't happened with me very much. I feel like that's a very rare case. I don't know, maybe I've just got weird friends. Oh, no, wait, no, that's... So now it deals 142, even though I'm close to the point the homies aren't kissing. Man, so I used to, like, every month or so, go and, what do you call it? Binge read a whole bunch of r/relationships, Twitter posts. Because that is a meal. Like, there is some wild stuff in there. And a lot of it is probably fake. But guess what? It's entertainment. I am not reading it for the realism. I am reading it for the wild stuff that goes down. It's incredible. It's the best drama. Like, seeing things from, like, this one that I absolutely believe is real. It's like, oh, this couple got together in high school. They're a rural couple. They move in and live together at the farmhouse. They are so obviously white. And they fell in love and they had a baby, but it's okay because they're going to get married. And it's like, you can just do that. Yes, it's really hard to say. But then there are some things that are obviously bait, though. Then there's then it's like, oh, and then we decided that since we were so in love, this lady was like seriously romanticizing her relationship. It's like, you met in high school, you fell in love. That's all that happened. That happens literally every day. But and then she's like, oh, but we decided for our perfect wedding, we were going to have like a big destination wedding, and everybody was excited for it and said to pitch in. And then when we asked for, now I am not sure of the price, but I believe it was somewhere from $1,500 to $4,000 from every attendee, and I'm like. And she's like, and then suddenly everybody backed down, and people who we thought cared about our relationship weren't willing to pay. And I was like, I'm not paying $1,500 for other people to get married. I don't care. And like, and she, okay, you do not need to be here. Sir. Like $1,500. And then she was like, oh, but we now, like, the weddings and they made all these plans. They counted every egg before it hatched, and then they were like, all we need is for our, like, 90 guests or whatever, or 60 to each put in over $1,000, because they assumed that everybody, like, they sound like the most self-centered people I've ever heard of. It's like, for our perfect romance, you just need to give us $1,500, like a month and a half's rent, for us to get married. And I'm like, and then they got into a fight because apparently other people not being willing to give them thousands of dollars for a party made them feel like, oh, maybe they don't care about us. Maybe our love isn't that important to them. Well, maybe you don't love, whatever. And then they were like, oh, the wedding's off and I think we might be breaking up. And I'm like, you're already living together with a child. Honestly, the marriage was, like, pretty unimportant. Like, you didn't, like, the before and after, like, the after of the wedding would just be the memory. It would still be you two living together with your child. It's yeah, like, people put a lot of money into weddings. They really shouldn't. I really, like, people treat courthouse weddings as though they're, like, some kind of abomination. And I'm like, they're, like, it's, like, or, like, if somebody is willing to get married in some sort of condition like that, it's like, oh, they're so noble and selfless. I'm like, you really don't need to turn your wedding into, like, a huge big event that everybody needs to participate in. Okay, man, I was trying to go up the stairs. Some manners. Just a little bit of respect. And I'm like, you could just, like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yes, whenever I see people talk about, like, weddings and stuff, I'm like, man, I don't really, like, it's like a small wedding, like 50 people or whatever. I'm like, it'd be difficult to get me to want to invite more than 20 people. I would rather it be, like, maybe 5. Like, that's a lot of people. I would also rather just people, it's like, who's this? Oh, we're together. It's like, oh, how long? 8 years. And they're like, really? You never told us? I'm like, I know. It's like, why not? It's like, this is my life. It's not yours. It's like, oh, we want to know. You didn't ask. Yeah. It's my private life. I don't need to make it an event for everybody to tune into. A photographer? in this economy. I don't like. I do think it's much funnier to just get married way later. Like my friend's parents got married when they were after they'd been together for I think it was like 21 years or something, and he was like 17 at the time. Yes. Either way is good. Or post pictures of one wedding to Facebook, then post pictures of a different wedding to Instagram, and then people like, which one? And then you say select route A or B or whatever. And then they're like, what do you mean select route A or B? And you're like, command not understood, please type again. Or phrase not recognized, please type again. Like, oh, I have a ring I can put on. And this ring. These rings won't help me very much, but I can put them on. I rarely do it, but thinking of ways that you could just mess with people in real life are so good. But like, really though, imagine just finding out that your ideal wedding wasn't going to happen with the person you've been living with for years, and that you have had a child with, and been like, nah, it's over if we cannot have our special day. And I'm like, really? You're gonna throw this child, like, there is a child now. You have hard committed. This is a commitment. This living thing could live for another 90 years. And like, and guess what? And you're just going to throw it away because you find out that people don't consider your high school romance to be worth $90,000 or whatever? Like, if people invited me to a wedding, I'd be like, okay, maybe. And then they're like, also give me $1,500. No. You think I have $1,000? You think I have $100? And you want me to spend it on you? Wedding culture is insane. People are ridiculous. They're like, oh, it's gotta be the most magical. Like, you are not a Disney princess. If you look closely at most Disney movies, you'll find that they are hand-drawn pictures rapidly coming after one another, and are in fact not real at all. And there is also magic in them, and talking animals, and that you should not base your expectations on them. And it's like, oh, the royal wedding. I'm like, okay, but those are people living off of generational income. Generational income that they got from taxing the poor and stealing. And very occasionally taxing the rich. And you're also, I hate every time it's like, there's a royal wedding. I'm like, shut up, I don't care. as I've said, when I see events going on with famous people, I cannot help but have the thought in my head, we're not friends. Good for them, I guess. I'm not interested. Like I saw on Facebook a guy I knew in high school. He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna be a dad in June," and I'm like, "All right, you're kind of stupid, but." Yeah, to live vicariously, but it's either to live like maybe they might get invested in the story. They're like, oh, Kate Middleton's like a lowborn. I'm like, this isn't like the 1400s. The reason like lowborns and highborns and whatnot were considered truly different was because like, yes, the wealthy, the kings and stuff were like, no, God picked us. We're better. We're special. God said so. I have bad news. Levi has the zoomies. He's gonna be dashing in and out and making loud noises for no reason. So he might just start getting really loud for no reason. He just sprinted in, jumped on something, then sprinted out. Like he's just going wild. So the reason I'm trying to take on that knight in that tower is he has a ring that so your movement, if you look in the middle column, the third thing, equip load, that's how heavy I am. That's how much I can carry and how much I currently have equipped. How I move is based on that. So this roll, me flopping on the ground like that, like a turtle, that's because I'm so heavy. If I were to get the ring from him, it increases that by 50%. And then I would be able to actually almost walk around with this. That's why killing him is important. It's because he would make my life easier. If I were to kill him, at least. If I do not kill him, it stays the same. I could have reinforced this weapon at some point. I didn't. It would get way stronger, but... Okay. Reverse hollowing. And like, isn't Kate Middleton's family like wealthy or something anyway? Isn't she like a model? And then suddenly they make a, oh, here he comes. Hi, buddy. Yeah, and I'm like, first of all, it doesn't matter. Second of all, she's pretty close to what the expectations of a princess would be anyway. And then Meghan Markle enters the picture and people are like, oh, he's marrying a colored and whatever. And I'm like, oh, stop. Guess what? People do it all the time. It doesn't matter. And then it's like, oh, it turns out they're racist. Turns out many people are. And it's like, no. Oh, it's windy. like, why are you worried about him marrying Meghan Markle? What are the negative consequences? Clearly, I don't think that you, like, it, like, I think this is a pretty good idea, considering the, royal family. Let's see, Queen Elizabeth and, yeah, Queen Elizabeth and her husband, they're cousins, right? And Princess Diana, is she not from the small pool of nobles that they're allowed to choose from? Like, are you, what are you gonna tell me, that, like, it's gonna be unhealthy? Like, that gene pool is narrow. It is a shallow gene pool. Don't they already have, like, a bunch of, like, what's it called? Diseases that are born, that you're born with, I can't even think of the word. But don't they have a lot of, like, yes. Also, like, my mother was watching, like, a royal documentary at one point. She, like, birth defect, yeah, but, like, something genic, like President Birth. Like, I was just thinking of the term I learned in biology class, which is not coming to me. But, congenital, yes. Thank you. But, like, my mother was watching a documentary and they're like, Prince Charles was, like, so handsome. I'm like, him? And I look at the pictures, I'm like, you sure about that? Him? And I'm like, look, I've mocked Ed Sheeran before, but Ed Sheeran is a lot better looking than Prince Charles was. Like, and also at one point, yes, there was, it's like, well, how did they meet? Well, they were related. And it's just like, mm-hmm. And it's like, oh, it's like, why? Well, the tradition. And it's like, what's the tradition? Eugenics, basically. It's eugenics. That's the tradition. It's eugenics. That are really old-timey and flawed and outdated and end up with King Carlos II. Just every time you can just point to King Carlos II, a man who needed an interpreter in his own court for his own language, for people who were taught to speak, whose entire job was to speak to him and do what he was told and do what he told them. But he needed an interpreter because his lips were so, and mouth and tongue were so misshapen from being so inbred, because his parents were cousins on two sides. Like, this dude had, like, there was a royal interpreter because he could not make sentences properly. He could not speak. Like, and it's like, oh, this practice is healthy? No, it is not. Like, do you really, like, I think that Meghan Markle is probably gonna help that gene pool quite a bit. Not that it seems like the practice is gonna spread, considering that, you know, she's like, wow, this has sucked. You're all a little terrible, aren't you? Or at least somebody is. Yeah. Oh, he's very happy. There we go. Okay, now the rolling is normal and the movement is tolerable. Why am I going this way? I should be going this way. His purring is very noticeable. He's such a happy boy. He loves people. Man, I don't like whenever people are like I feel like I do have a little bit of a different perspective when people like oh man. Well, you gotta microwave that rice. Honestly, I don't think that's too big a worry because people are pretty used to the sounds of microwaves. Even though they're obnoxiously loud, people don't register them as anything other than just the regular noise. My friend's mother, like, decides to vacuum all the time at like 4 in the morning. And I'm like, why are you doing that? And then also she asks people to stay quiet during the day so she can sleep. Like, she doesn't work at night or anything. She just stays up at night. And then is like, could you not make noise during the day? It's like, you vacuum at 4 in the morning. And you ask people to not make noise during his family is extremely unreasonable a lot of the time. You ever hear about some people's families and you're like, honestly, I'm proud of you. You haven't committed a single murder. Like another friend's I think it was either her aunt or her mother. Yeah. Either her aunt or her mother was like, oh, they're gonna blank us out of our money. And she's like, you cannot say that. That is incredibly racist. And she's like, why? Who's it racist towards? She's like, the group of people whose name you used. And she's like, oh, I didn't even think it had anything to do with them. And she's like, where did you think the word came from? And she's like, oh, I don't know, it's just words. And I'm like, what? What do you mean it's just words? Ma'am? Yeah. As con artists and money grubbers and thieves. And it's just like, you think that's just like a regular healthy term? You don't think it's very racist? Okay, so this weapon currently deals about 276 damage. I did basic math there. It now deals 303 damage. It big fast. Well, it's not big fast, but it big damage, it big boy destroy. Man, like... I told you before about the girl in my class in high school was like, I don't really think racism's a problem anymore. And I was like, I disagree. And she's like, well, of course you would. And I'm like, so you think that, like, you think that if it's like, oh man, all the women complain about sexism, but I, a man, don't think it's much of an issue. And it's like, and I'm like, do you think, like, if it were like that, like, it was one of those many cases, which I have experienced several times, where my teacher stops me before I can fully enter my true form of being frothing mad, shrieking at people, which is my true state, and says, okay, how about we all calm down? And I'm like, or we move on to what the class is about. And I'm just like, I am so angry right now. Are you kidding me? Please, like, so many times where it's been like another classmate says something incredibly racist, I begin to respond, teacher stops me, and I'm like, one of these days, one of them, I'm gonna get to say what I want to say. I did one time, though, wherein a classmate of mine sang a song that was just the N-word over and over and over. And I turned and shouted, hey, could you fucking not? And he was like, what, it's a song? And he's like, yeah, but could you stop doing it anyway? Alright? He's like, what, dude? I'm just singing the song. I'm like, yeah, but you're still saying the words, so could you fucking stop it? And then he's like, Jesus, alright. And then my teacher brought me out into the hall, like, the next day or later or something, and I was like, oh god, this is about my missing assignment, isn't it? Oh boy, that's gross. But like, she's like, I just want to thank you for standing up to him the other day. I was shy about it. Yeah. And she's like, I try, and she's like, and I was like, oh, okay, this usually doesn't happen, but it's usually like it's usually like you are missing 4 assignments and you don't seem to be working on anything during class. And I'm like, yeah. And then, like, how do you plan to get them done? And I'm like, kind of thinking about failing, really. My state of extreme depression and apathy during high school resulted in some thoroughly entertaining moments for me personally. When teachers would be like, if you don't change, you're gonna fail the class. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, alright then. And then they'd be like, tomorrow is your last chance to turn in this assignment. And I'm like, alright. And then I wouldn't hand it in the next day, and they're like, alright, you have until Monday. And I'm like, you said that was the last time. I thought I was done. It's like, no, you misunderstand me. I want it to be the last chance. I want you to stop asking me about this. I just want to get through. I'm just getting through the days. And then there was one time I handed in like a handwritten assignment, and the teacher was like, after it had been asked for many times, and then the teacher was like, this isn't typed or double spaced or anything. And she's like, I was like, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have a computer right now. And she's like, it really just kind of feels like you're trying to shut me up. And I was like, yeah. And she's like, alright. So this weapon is pretty good for this point in the game. This is why, when I say that maybe new players shouldn't get this weapon, this is why. Wow, that's a nice teacher, and you, like, I feel like, you know, I appreciate the teachers who give the compassion grades, I'll call them, but it's like, please understand, the world is not good right now, and then they're like, go to school. Why? The economy, and you're like, family members have died, and they're like, okay, when can I see you in class? And you're like, I'll see you at the funeral. Yeah, yeah. I'm filled with so much anger whenever they're like, we need to get things back to normal. And I'm like, get the health of people back to normal first. Like, if someone's leg was broken, would you keep telling them to try to walk on it? It's like, you know that there's like been hundreds of thousands of deaths, right? You know, this is the first pandemic since World War One. The yeah, and it started in 2019. At the end of 2019, it's the start of 2022, and there are still some people who don't think it exists and try to fight wearing pieces of fabric on their mouths. Something that people do literally all the time when they, like, go skiing or just go outside if it's cold enough. Like, you wear fabric over most parts of your body. You wear hats. You wear pants. You wear socks. Like, and you're like, you're infringing on my rights. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were a nudist. Okay, so you see this guy right here. This guy who's all creepy and gold. See this lady here who hasn't been able to talk. He wants to murder her. If you leave him alone for long enough, he will do that. So, I'm gonna go up to this bonfire. Hit the reinforce weapon button on this sword. And go talk to the man. With metal.
I didn't expect you to make it. Oh, somebody rang the bell. Wait, was it you? You'll never give up, do you? I don't know how you do it, Well, don't stop now. Only one more. Suicide.
Okay. I'm doing it. So when he says the next bell is going to be suicide, it's in a place called Blight Town. You might be able to guess from the name, but Blight Town sucks. It's a real bad place. Most people try to stay away from there. Welcome to Sucksville. It's like, oh, what's this place? Oh, we usually call it Curse Town. Oh. Oh, I'm back. Did you know there's a lot of snow out there? Oh, I just got some water as well, but oh, like it was going up to my ankles, and the dog was just like out there, and like you are. So Chloe is a short-haired dog. her fur is just like I have hairs on my face that are longer. Like, her hair is not long at all, and she's just a fuzzy dog, and I'm like, why are you still out here? And she's like a white dog with brown spots. Like, she does not absorb that heat. There's a noise coming from beneath the water. They usually are, but, like, they tend to just, like, not act like anything if they can. Like, if they want to do something else, they focus on. So she was out there being mischievous, as she loves to do. But as soon as I'm like, get in here, she's like, oh, I don't know. Also, I like that the physics still work on this skeleton, so the skull just kind of rolls around. It's pretty morbid, but it's a little funny. So, like, I like Berserk, right? There have been 2 Berserk games released in North America. One was released on the Dreamcast in, like, 1999. And the other one was released on the PS4 in, like, 2017. And I want to play it. It is never on sale. And it's like $60 to $70. And it's been out for 5 years now. And I'm like, why is it still like this? And, like, I really do like Berserk. I want to play that game. But the thing is that it's a Warriors game. It's made by the Dynasty Warriors people. It's pretty much just Dynasty Warriors. I have other games made by them that are also licensed properties that have been confirmed by fans of those games to be better, but with more features like online multiplayer or local multiplayer or mini games or stuff like that, and tones that are more suiting of a game where you just fight like 200 dudes. I'm talking about the One Piece games and the Zelda games for the most part. But, like, Berserk, the collectibles they give you are in the Berserk Warriors game, are things like Baelits. Baelits in Berserk are tools of evil that are basically like gateways to the demon realm that are that the most immediate comparison in Western fantasy would be the One Ring, where they are like devices of mortal temptation, and they seek out those vulnerable and offer them a deal with the devil or God in their greatest hour of need, and simply ask that they sacrifice that means the most to them. And by sacrifice, I do mean, like, get turned into bloody goop. And get consumed, and get their souls and bodies consumed by demons. And you get those as collectibles. Like, you get to watch in the series, it's like, oh yeah, this guy used to bail it. He, in a moment of weakness, he gave up his wife and daughter, and now he's haunted, and now they will never get to know peace, because they were consumed and turned into fuel for a demon. And it's like, cool. you got 2 of those for beating those mini bosses. And I'm like, this is so ill-fitting. Like, they could have just made it up and said you got 2 magic gems. But they're like, you got 2 baelets. And I'm like, it's not good. It's like when dog tags are collectibles in some games. And I'm like, you know what these are for, right? These are for identifying corpses that have lost all identifiable features. They're not tokens. Yeah, this was a person. Just, please, like, I know collectibles are a thing in video games. I'm not saying they shouldn't be. But, like, a little bit more. Like, in Assassin's Creed 2, one of the Assassin's Creed games I like very much. They're collectibles. Feathers. Petruccio's feathers. Ezio's little brother collected feathers. Spoilers for the first 2 hours of Assassin's Creed 2. Petruccio dies. Ezio. So Petruccio was collecting feathers for what he termed a surprise. And he said he wanted to get 100 of them or something. So, if you get... Yeah. I'm pretty sure it says on the box, like, a tale of vengeance or whatever. But, like, Ezio's little brother, Petruccio, dies. And then Ezio, along with other relatives of Ezio's. But, Ezio goes to... So, throughout the game, you can then collect all the feathers of the same kind that Petruccio gathered. And then when you get 100, you get a little special thing. You get like a pop-up trophy that says like for Petruccio or something. Like they are related to a character and like a pretty dark thing, but it's nice. It's sentimental. It's a way for Ezio to mourn and memorialize someone he valued, his little brother. And it's not like, you found one of Petruccio's bones. Like, if you're going to do a dark world, you could, have people do what they actually do in times of difficulty. Try to hold on to the things that make them happy in some way. But they were just like, baelets, you picked up another baelet. And I'm like, those are things made to murder people. It's like, you picked up a bloody bullet. I wonder what kind of child this murdered. Oh yeah, and Petruccio is like 13 when he dies, and he's like the sickly little brother who can't go outside or play or anything. So he just like tries to collect feathers. Yeah. Ezio is the second oldest brother. And his older brother, his father, and his younger brother were executed while he was out partying with a girl. He was not partying. He was doing something else. I'm just uncomfortable speaking. And then he gets home and finds that his brothers and father were taken away. And his mother and sister are like surrounded by guards because it's still like Italy in like 1500, and it's like we're not really super cool on the murdering women thing at this point. No, I think it was like 1590 or something. Like it was like during the Renaissance. Ezio hangs out with Leonardo da Vinci. Assassin's Creed is really dumb. I love it. So like historical figures in like Assassin's Creed 1 were like go get into a fight with the second in command of King Richard the Lionhearted. And in it's like oh yeah, it's like 1490 or something. Like I'm bad with I'm bad with centuries and stuff. But yeah, it's just like hang out with these historical figures. Yeah. And it's like, "Oh, what do you do, Ezio?" It's like, "Oh, hang out with what do you call it? Become friends with Leonardo da Vinci. Say that Ezio is in fact cool with the fact that da Vinci is almost certainly gay, and get into a fight with the Pope." The final boss of Assassin's Creed 2 is the Pope, by the way. Oh, hi. What? Yo. But I thought that was someone else for a second. Like, yeah, you get into a fight with the Pope. Now, this was... I can't remember. Pope Alexander or something? This was the Pope that... one of the popes that... Okay, I believe he inherited it from his father. And this was at the point when... Oh man, surprised Catholic Church was not always the best behaved. But this was at the point where before they outlawed papal figures and priests having children, because they were like, we really shouldn't just have another king, different kings. Like, the people in charge of Catholicism should not just be kings. That's already bad. Like, you can't have children. Instead of, like, making rules like you can't pick your kid, they're like, you know what, you're not allowed to have kids anymore. So that you can't just get into being the Pope for, yes, it's the Borgia. It's Rodrigo Borgia, or whatever. Or Rodrigo Borgia, and is the final boss. Yeah. And Cesare Borgia is like a major antagonist in the next game. So Assassin's Creed 2 was extremely popular because it was very good, and Ezio was far more charming than the previous protagonist, Altair, and the game made many improvements, and it was very pretty, and the music was good. And then they made Assassin's Creed 1, then they made Assassin's Creed 2 with Ezio. Then they made Assassin's Creed Brotherhood with Ezio. Then they made Assassin's Creed Revelations with Ezio. That is the alarm I set to know to let my dog out. But that has already happened, and I hit the button. Okay, there it is. And then, after that, they made Assassin's Creed 3, and it was bad. So, the thing is that, like, for a significant period of time, all good things to do with Assassin's Creed were strongly entwined with Ezio. And also the director of Assassin's Creed 3 might have been a little bit of a racist or asshole or whatever. Yes. Like, Ezio was the main character of the franchise, where the idea was that it would be people throughout history. Of the first 5 games, got to be in 3 of them. and he was never intended to be that, like, the central fit. Like, there was another. He was not the main character. The main character of the franchise was supposed to be Desmond Miles. People didn't like Desmond very much. Desmond was the actual main character of the first 6 games, I think. People didn't like him. No, 5 games, I think. And then I think Desmond might not have come back for Assassin's Creed 4. And then, but, like, they still haven't made 5. They've just made a whole bunch of other ones. Because people are scared of numbers getting too high in franchises. But, like, Ezio was, like, people didn't like Desmond very much because he was just kind of a jerk and just kind of a dude. He was just, like, a guy voiced by, what's his name? Nathan Drake actor. I don't remember what his name is. Oh man, so they were doing like an Ask Whatever thing for Uncharted, and I woke up too late to ask anything because I wanted to ask, has Mark Wahlberg... Yeah, Nolan North. I wanted to ask, has Mark Wahlberg committed any hate crimes on set yet? I was not awake in time, though, and I didn't know beforehand. I would have loved to have asked that. But now, since it didn't happen, I can act like I was totally gonna do that and not get scared and back down at the last second. Oh, that's a lot of souls. Yeah, he was just a guy voiced by Nolan North, who was in a lot of video games at the time. And, like, his character is that he was a bartender who was, like, raised by assassins, and he had assassin heritage, and, like, didn't really buy into much of it and wasn't all that interested. But they were, like, trying to make him more like a hero, and then they just kind of dropped him and gave up. So there is, like, no longer any sort of central figure of Assassin's Creed. Like, there's... They just kind of go to different nameless characters every once in a while. Like, I can understand, like, I'm not saying that you should never dump an unpopular protagonist, because sometimes you really do need to do that. Like, people need to be invested in who they're following. But if you just straight up have no follow-up and have nothing for, like, yeah, history is cool and all, but, like, people need to have something to attach to other than just the past and the name. Also, they, like, so, another rant of mine, but, Assassin's Creed was originally not Assassin's Creed at all. It was called, Prince of Persia, The Assassins, or something like that. Odyssey is one of the far more recent ones. It came out, like, what, 4 or 5 years ago, or something like that? But, yeah. let's see. They like started. So Prince of Persia is a pretty like sword and sandal fantasy adventure type game. And Assassin's Creed also took place in a similar setting. The first one, it took place in the Middle East, and it was supposed to be tied to Prince of Persia at first, and then they decided to not do that and make it its own IP. And then Assassin's Creed did pretty well. Then they made Assassin's Creed 2. It did extremely well. Then they made Brotherhood. It also did extremely well. Then they made Revelations. It did slightly less well. Then they made Assassin's Creed 3. It didn't do very well. Then they made Assassin's Creed 4. It did quite well. Then they made a bunch of other Assassin's Creed games because they didn't want to commit to making a 5. And those did okay, or not so well. Then they made Odyssey, and that did pretty well. And then they made what do you call it? The Greek one. Sorry, not Odyssey. They made Origins. Then they did pretty well. Then they made Origins, which did pretty well. And then that's where they are now. They're making another Assassin's Creed. Oh, then they made Valhalla, and that did pretty well. But like, yeah. So the thing is that like they had like at the end of Assassin's Creed 1, like it was mostly just like the sci-fi was like you can see through your DNA to look into the memories of your ancestors, which feels like pretty down to earth based on like somewhat actual science. And then they're like, at the end of Assassin's Creed 1, big old spoilers, they're like, aliens are real. And they're what we think old gods actually are and whatnot. And then Assassin's Creed 2 was like, oh, because they talk about the Apple of Eden. And like, oh yeah, the apple is alien technology. It's like all apples throughout history. It's not that they are just a common thing that people thought about being fantastical. They're alien tech that can give you superpowers. And whoever holds the apple can command the minds of men or whatever and do whatever magic crap with different Eden objects. And then, but that was very sparsely used. It was either for big climactic moments, and it was strictly with, things based on that alien species. And it's like, oh, the gods throughout time are based on them. And then, like, but you never got to interact with them directly, so they would stay relatively, like, unknowable. Because it's like they're an alien species that to us appear to be gods. They are not something to be trifled with. They are not simply there just to mess around with. You cannot interact with them. They are beyond you. And then in like Assassin's Creed Origins, there are boss fights against Egyptian gods. And like there are no real fantasy elements or like there are limited segments where you can use the Apple of Eden in some of the older Assassin's Creed games, and then they're just like you're fighting what's his name? Oh god, the god of the dead, the Anubis. You're fighting Anubis. And I'm just like, man, what? I thought this was like mostly historical fiction that occasionally dipped into sci-fi, and then would go like, yeah, it's beyond our understanding. But then they're just like, fight Anubis. I'm like, if you want to do fantasy stuff with a game like this, Ubisoft, there is in fact another property you own that is quite similar to Assassin's Creed called Prince of Persia. Have you heard of it? You get to do a whole bunch of cool fantasy stuff in it. Anyway, I'm salty that they're like, oh, we want to make big fantasy action RPG. And I'm like, Prince of Persia is literally right there. It, like, there's one that already uses fantasy elements. Like, Prince of Persia, oh, what's that? You have a magical dagger that manipulates time. Like, you have, you drink water, your health comes back. And I'm like, you couldn't, like, make something out of that? Anyway, and then, like, they were like, we're gonna remake Prince of Persia on the PS2, that one. And people were like, yeah! And then they're like, oh, people care. And then the remake was being made in India, and it was hit extremely hard by the pandemic. And they're like, we're gonna be delaying the game as expectations were higher than we knew. And we're gonna just be stepping back and making sure that the quality is supposed to, it meets our standards. Like, the Prince of Persia remake was supposed to come out like a year or two ago, and it's not out. I think it was supposed to come out in 2020. No, 2021. Yeah. Yes. It was literally just, this is an existing property. People will probably pay for it. And then people got super hyped because guess what? Prince of Persia has been a game franchise since like 1991 or something. Like, it's been around. There was a Super Nintendo Prince of Persia game. There was a PS1 Dreamcast Prince of Persia game. There were PS2 and Wii and DS and PS3 Prince of Persia games. People care about them. The biggest ones were the PS2 ones, but, like, people liked them. And they wanted more. And then they decided that Assassin's Creed was fine. Like, Ubisoft's biggest things in, like, the early 2000s were Rayman, Prince of Persia, and Splinter Cell. And then Rayman came out with Rayman Raving Rabbids on the Wii. Then they made a whole bunch of Raving Rabbids stuff. Splinter Cell, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell eventually got Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six spin-off. And now all they really make is Tom Clancy other stuff, which is just shooters and no, like, technical stealth or strategy or anything. Well, like, tactical shooters. It's about shooting people to death. It's not about stealth. It's about killing things. And online co-op and shooting terrorist insurgents and whatnot. Yeah. And then Prince of Persia has become Assassin's Creed. Basically, all the things that were, like, dominant in Ubisoft in the early 2000s are still there. They have just morphed in form. And I don't like the new forms as much as the old forms. Also, like, Rayman is, like, largely forgotten. When he was basically their mascot. I'm angry. Also, they made... So, Rayman 1 was 2D, right? Then Rayman 2 was 3D, and it was great, and I love it. It's one of my favorite games. It was, as a child, it was probably... Like, when I was 5, that was my favorite game. And then, Rayman 3 was also 3D, and it was also great. I didn't play it as much, though. I didn't, like, actually own it. I rented it. I was a kid. But I really liked it. And then they made, like, Rayman 1 was, like, PS1. Rayman 2 was, like, Dreamcast / PS1 / 64 / PS2. Like, early 2000s on multiple generations type thing. Then Rayman 3 was PS2, GameCube. And then then they made Raving Rabbits. And then they just really didn't touch Rayman for a very long time, other than just being a character in Raving Rabbits. And eventually Rayman got dropped from Raving Rabbits. And then they were like, well, now it's time for, let's see. Then they were like, oh, let's make Rayman Origins, which is 2D Rayman again. Then they made Rayman Legends, which is another 2D Rayman game. And I'm like, you guys literally only made 3D Rayman games, and they were both excellent, and you have not touched 3D Rayman since like 2003 or 2004 or something. It's been a very long time, and I loved those games so much, and they just literally have done nothing with any 3D Rayman except for a 3DS remake on which was in like 2012, I want to say. Like, they just haven't touched it at all, and I'm angry. Like, Rayman is good, and it continues to be good. Also, my very specific complaint about Rayman 2 is that the best version was the Dreamcast version, and then what came out first was the 64 and Dreamcast versions. The 64 one being a compromise with missing levels because they couldn't fit it all, and like missing features, and the Dreamcast one being the preferred version. And then they made a PS1 port, which was based on the 64 version, I think, because it couldn't handle the Dreamcast version. And then, because the PS1 was still weaker at that point. And then they, like, added voice acting because they still had some leftover space, but they didn't have all the stages of the Dreamcast version in it. And it was still missing some of the secrets of the Dreamcast version. And then they made a PS2 version, and you'd think, oh, the PS2 is stronger than the Dreamcast, right? Which is correct. It was. Way stronger. And then you're like, oh, so they could port the Dreamcast version. They didn't. They just ported the PS1 version to it. So, like, the ideal version of Rayman 2 has never been ported to anything else ever, and that version came out in 1999, I think. And it bothers me so much, because Dreamcasts, while they had some good games on them, were poorly, shoddily built machines that are guaranteed to break within 5 years. They do not pass a lifespan test for standard technology, which is you cannot, a technical product is expected to work for a minimum of 5 years. Laptops and phones and phones, like smaller appliances, all that, they have to last a minimum of 5 years. That's like the baseline expectation. Every Dreamcast fails that. Every Dreamcast has some sort of significant malfunction within 5 years. I have had 2 Dreamcasts. They've both broken at some point. They just break. That's all that happens. They're just not well built. Because Sega built them in a massive rush to try to beat the PS2 to the punch. And yes, you don't have to explode your the Dreamcast. It'll break itself. But in that rush, they the thing that holds up the laser is extremely flimsy and like bends and snaps. Basically. Something like that. Like, the basic instruments are not good enough. They're too cheaply built. And, they put in... So, consoles have this thing called copy protection, which prevents you from being able to put in just whatever the hell disc you want. And, like, the internal hardware will only work with certain things, of course. But it prevents you from just putting in burned discs. And the Sega Saturn's copy protection was so capable that it was not cracked until, I believe, 2019. And the Sega Saturn came out in, like, 1994. It took them decades to crack it. The Sega Dreamcast had zero copy protection of any kind. It was that rushed. You can just put any burned game you want into a Dreamcast. You can just copy literally any video game that runs on any Dreamcast video game. You can just burn it and put it in. No modification of any kind required. You can just pirate whatever game you want for a Dreamcast and just put it in. As long as it's on a CD that fits in, it works. You just steal games. That is another significant part of the reason why the Dreamcast was not a financial success. Because people learned pretty quickly, because as soon as somebody gets their hands on hardware, they want to see all the ways they can mess with it. Yeah, it's not even hacking. And then they were like, you don't have to buy games. You can just buy, you could spend $50 to $60 on a single game. Or you could spend $40 on 100 CDs and put those in, and then get a CD burner for $80 or something, and then just get 100 games for what would otherwise cost $6,000. Now that will cause your Dreamcast to die more quickly, but a Dreamcast that doesn't live as long versus a Dreamcast that is already going to die very quickly, but you also paid hundreds of dollars for video games. It's a pretty easy choice. You can just pay for things, or you can pay way less for things. It's there's no hacking involved. It's just we built a super special house, dude, and it's how do I get in? Put a key in. And it's where do I get the key? Literally any key. And it's literally any key? Yeah. It's okay. Yeah, they built it broken. That's your fault. It's so I've described, I spoke with Graham about it at one point, but Sega's mentality in the 90s was towards Sony and Nintendo. I described as, I would rather break my arm knocking you to the ground than simply stand here and stay conscious. And I would I don't care how badly I hurt myself as long as I get to knock you to the ground. Sega sold the Genesis at a loss when the Super Nintendo came out. They reduced the price so that they would sell more than Nintendo. They made way less money, but they were beating Nintendo in some way, so they were happy. Then they raced to then the Super Nintendo started taking stock, yes, but Nintendo built consistent good product, good, my Super Nintendo still works. My Super Nintendos and the game, they're all they are all still functional. They're just a little discolored. That's it. They're all still fully functional. Nintendo built things to last, and they built them to be fun for good. And Sega was all right, we'll add on the 32X to make it stronger, because the Super Nintendo was stronger than the Genesis. Definitely, it was better in every way. with one, and then like put in buy a 32X, then you can add that onto your Sega Genesis. Just clip it on, and then it'll make your games run better and faster, stronger. And then you can get special 32X games that'll be better and super bigger and better than your Genesis, or a Super Nintendo. It's so much better and bigger, dude. Have you ever seen a Sega Genesis with all the add-ons, Ace? Because it's terrible. So, like, to plug in a Sega Genesis, you need, like, the brick plug. So then you clip, like, the Sega 32X onto that. And you also need to plug in another brick plug. And then they made a Sega CD, which you also build on to the Sega Genesis, and that has another brick plug. That is an entire power bar dedicated to a single Sega machine that is 3 different things fused together so that you can play it. Yes, if you look up, like, what it's like, oh, what is the old Sega, like, it looks weird. It looks like some kind of, like, fantasy of what, like, so I believe the CD goes to the side, and, like, the 32X, like, goes on top or something, and it looks like a weird design of what a car would look like in the future from, like, an experimental sci-fi thing. Like, it does not look like a video game console. Now, Nintendo made add-ons too, but theirs weren't like something that they bet everything on. They were just like little additions with some benefits. But Sega treated theirs, yeah, like, that doesn't look like a regular machine. It looks like some sort of fantasy concept. Like, this is what motor carriages will look like in the future. And then they made the Sega Saturn to compete with to compete with the Nintendo 64 and the Sony PlayStation. They made a major miscalculation, though, major misread of the way the future was going. So the Sega Saturn was built with the thought, okay, so we're going to have our game is going to have the best, smoothest looking graphics in the world. It's going to run games so well. It's going to be the most fun system ever. It's going to be great. And then they were like, what do you mean they want to make 3D games? Like, Sony shows off Crash Bandicoot or whatever, or like Metal Gear Solid, and Nintendo shows off Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time, and at Sega they're like, we've got Knuckles Chaotix. Like, they focused all of the internal programming architecture of the Sega Saturn to play 2D games. And then Sony and Nintendo were like, well, 3D is the future. And Sega had zero preparation for 3D games. They had not prepared for that at all. They had, like, considered it as an option, but as like a background environment type thing. It was never what it was built to mainly handle and render. And they were like, what do you mean 3D rendering is what everybody else is focusing on? And so like the PlayStation was like the strongest, I think, or whatever, like overall. But like Nintendo had the analog stick, and they had games like Ocarina of Time and Mario Kart 64 and Super Mario 64 and Mario Party, games that would become some of the most defining games of all time. And Sony had a library of things like Metal Gear Solid, Final Fantasy VII, Crash Bandicoot, Spyro, Twisted Metal, Ape Escape, things that would go for a very long time. And Sega had, so the main thing is that they did not have a Sonic game, which is what people expected from Sega, was a Sonic game. That's what Sega makes, is Sonic. They want Sonic. And they were like, we have Knuckles Chaotix, and people were like, that is not Sonic. We want Sonic. So they had to like burn what they had on the as soon as the Saturn came out, they had to immediately focus on what they were doing next, because they had not prepared for the future at all. They had totally misread what the future was going to be. Now the thing is that there are some games that are also on PS1 that are on the Saturn as well, like some 2D games, and they are better on the Saturn. But that doesn't matter, because people did not care about the Saturn. Like, you can play a few Mega Man games and Castlevania games on the Saturn that are better, or you can play those games on PS1 and also get access to the 3D games. Like, it's not a tough decision. I'm sorry if I'm just going into big nerd mode and talking about video game logistics in the 90s for too long. But anyways, then Sega was like, yo, how do y'all feel about the Dreamcast? And they paid for they paid so much for every individual Dreamcast and disc reader. The thing is, though, that they were competing with Sony and Nintendo. Nintendo had very good business deals that had been established for a very long time, for a decade. And Nintendo had such a long lead. By the time that, like, they had a long lead for when the Sega started becoming a major competitor. And then when Sega became controlled the console market was like dominant in the console market, they were spending more than they were making for a lot of it. Nintendo never did that. Nintendo never pushed beyond their limits. Nintendo played things safe forever. Nintendo hates playing it dangerous. It's one of their least favorite things in the world. Nintendo always plays their cards as wisely as they can, if they can. They make dumb decisions sometimes, but they always keep something in their back pocket. They never go out there without a plan. Sega played so fast and loose that Nintendo were still set for money, even though it's like, oh, they were losing the console wars. It's like, yeah, but they did not have people starving back home, which is what Sega basically had. It's like, we're winning the war. We have a starving populace, was basically the situation. And Sony, so like Nintendo had tons of money to spend on manufacturing and stuff. Sony was manufacturing its own stuff. Sony had tons of manufacturing already. They were already in hardware. They were a hardware company first that diversified into entertainment, into games. And then they were like, well, we can just make our own stuff. And they didn't have to pay costs. Like, they just had to pay manufacturing costs and shipping. They didn't have to pay service costs, which are expensive for game manufacturing, especially if you're going to be manufacturing next stuff, like next-gen stuff. If you're doing that on your own, that's just you investing in yourself. And if you're doing it from others, you have to pay them extra and extra, and you have to keep going and going and going, because sometimes things that are like new technologies do not work out at all, or they don't work the way you'd expect, and they cost even more. So basically, Sega was burning itself completely out, and like Dreamcasts were so expensive for them to make at the time. And did you know that Sega tried very hard to look to the future? Did you know that the Sega Genesis was capable of accessing the internet? And that the Sega Dreamcast was built entirely with online gaming and web browsing as core features, and that the Sega Dreamcast has an Ethernet port for you to connect to the internet. The Wii doesn't have an Ethernet port. The Wii U doesn't have an Ethernet port. The Switch doesn't have an Ethernet port. The Dreamcast has an Ethernet port. Literally, the OLED Switch is the first Nintendo console with an Ethernet port. It's the first ever Nintendo machine to come with an Ethernet port. And Sega was like, you want to go on the internet with the Sega Genesis? You want to browse, go to Google something on your Dreamcast? You want to play Quake online on the Dreamcast? Because you can do that, I'm pretty sure. Well, probably not anymore, but you could. Like, they tried so hard. But the Dreamcast had some good games that came out, but their biggest bets were on Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, which did decently, and Shenmue. Shenmue cost so much money. Shenmue was basically so Shenmue is one of the major inspirations behind a series known as Ryu ga Gotoku, and I know you know what that stands for. In fact, if you look at Ryo, he looks a lot like Kiryu. One of the key parts of Shenmue being that you were a young, brave martial artist who on a path of revenge, who wanted to train and become better at combat to take revenge, but in the meantime, that was your long-term goal, you had to go through a simulated city with a real-time clock where you could interact with villagers and try to solve mysteries and stuff, taking RPG elements, 3D action-adventure elements like Zelda stuff, and then putting those together with fighting game elements from Virtua Fighter, and then with real-time elements from like farming sim games, and to make a living, breathing world where you could grow to become a martial arts master. And the result was that Shenmue is one of the most ambitious games ever made, but it is incredibly clunky. And the thing is that since it's real time and it's not in like a fantasy world, it's really fucking boring for a lot of it. It's like you have to wait until 8 p.m. to get to the bar to ask one person if they saw one other person, and then that person might not even know. So you have to go to another bar the next night, or like whatever, and it takes you like 4 hours or whatever to get the information you need to actually progress the story. And then when you get there, it's just going to lead you to ask more people more questions. And there are very few fights for what is technically an in-depth fighting system that has a lot of depth. Like, I know I just said in-depth, but like it has a lot of potential for growth and learning. You rarely get to use it because you don't get in fights very often in real life. The English dub was directed in Japan. They cast the English dub actors based on how much they looked like the characters, because They did not speak English. A lot of people call Shenmue a forklift driving simulator as a joke slash insult, because in order to do a lot of things, you need money. In order to get money, you need a job. There aren't many jobs for an uneducated 16-year-old to get, or a 17-year-old to get. So he drives a forklift, and he lifts boxes, and then he carries those boxes, and he sets those. He picks up crates, drives those crates around, places them, and he does that. And you can keep doing that by the day to earn money, and do a little mini game that is not fun because it's driving a forklift. And you're like, I thought this game was about martial arts. Like, if Street Fighter 2 had segments where you had to go and, like, work at McDonald's so that Ryu could eat to get into the next fight, and it took 5 hours, and then the fight lasted 4 minutes, nobody would like Street Fighter 2. Yeah. So, like, imagine if Stardew Valley was advertised as a dungeon crawler, except you could only go to the dungeon once a month. And they built more into the dungeon than anything else. But you could only go there once every 6 hours. It's like that. So the thing is that Shenmue, like, invented a lot of new technologies and helped people learn what games of that kind made. But the thing is that around the time Shenmue came out, other games also came out within a couple of years of that. So for the open world aspect, this game came out in particular called Grand Theft Auto 3. So Rio is a pretty, like, if you think about Kiryu, imagine Kiryu without the sharp edges. And Kiryu's edges aren't even that sharp. Some people have compared Rio to Hank Hill because he's kind of blunt and simple and honest to a fault. He really does not get it when people are trying to rob him. Anybody could lie to him. He's an idiot. But he is like not even like himbo, because he doesn't have like that charisma. He's incredibly stiff and awkward most of the time. Like, even in comparison to other characters in the game, like he just like has zero social interest or skill. Yeah. That's a game. But like, I don't know. And then you have Grand Theft Auto 3, where you can murder people, just pull out a gun and kill people, get into a car and steal it, burn buildings, whatever, do whatever you want, get machine guns, beat people to death. Prostitutes are also in it. And then you have Shenmue, where you can where you're like, man, have you seen this lady? And he's like, nope. Then it's like, okay, do you know anybody who might have seen that? Maybe. And then you have Grand Theft Auto, where they're like, sell some cocaine. Similarly, the next Zelda came out then for another adventure game, and the art style. So, like, Shenmue tried to go for realism, And while it was incredibly impressive for its time, it was the thing is that art style in the long term and even at the time really outdoes realism, because realism cannot be achieved by computers. You cannot make realism. You cannot make real life. But if you want to make something look like a cartoon, you can do that. Then you have... So, the next Zelda was, like, really pretty by the standards of the day, and it wasn't anywhere near as boring. And you got to go and sail on a boat, and everything was kind of cute and happy. You get to sail on a big blue ocean with your little boat. And then, like, it's peaceful instead of boring, which is a weird thing to try to balance. It's something you can't really define. And now comes for the part where... So there was that I've been waiting for. There was another game that attempted to do 3D combat in its own way, lifted from fighting games and arcade culture and whatnot, called Devil May Cry. They simplified controls a bit, but still kept a lot of, like, inputs. They try... Yeah, I've heard of that. But the thing is that Ryo fights with his hands and his feet. And he learns moves by picking up technique scrolls, by you just accidentally pushing buttons, or by doing moves a lot. Dante learns moves by giving orbs of demon blood to a statue. And then he just gets them. Ryo uses his hands and feet. Dante uses custom-made pistols, a shotgun, a grenade gun, and a demon like beam cannon. And he uses multiple demonic swords and gauntlets that are constantly on fire with dragon heads breathing out flame on them. And Ryo wears jeans, a brown jacket, and a white shirt. And he has short black hair. Dante has a red leather long coat, red leather pants with a black leather gun strap, and a red leather suit jacket, so like vest, and then a black shirt and black gloves, and he's got long silver hair with black boots, and Ryo wears white sneakers. Like, Ryo does not look like he looks like a main character, but, like, he really does not look like a dynamic character. Yeah. Like, there is no real grit or edge to Ryo, sorry. He is like, you know how like Kiryu commits hangs out with criminals all the time, but is like, we need to still follow the rules and be decent. Like, imagine that, but like Ryo doesn't have people to constantly be contrasted against. So he really just kind of seems boring, because the people he's contrasted against are people who are like, I'm just here at the park with my granddaughter. And he's like, okay, I'm on my quest. He's really boring in that sense. And then they made Shenmue 2, which was slightly better. and added some things like being able to skip around in time. Because, like, when I say you need to do something at a specific time of day, you have to wait. And, like, a full day takes something like half an hour or something. Or, like, maybe an hour. Like, it takes a while. You have to do everything based on a clock. And you have to let the real in-game clock pass, or you have to cheat. Like with a Game Shark or something. So then, Shenmue 2 came out on 2 consoles. The Dreamcast and the Xbox, as Sega was losing money very badly, and Microsoft paid them for some of their... and then basically, like, the resulting... after they lost, the resulting spoils were split up between the ones who beat them, even though Microsoft never really faced off against them directly in any sort of way. But Microsoft just has so much money. Like, a lot of money. Like an obscene amount of money. I know that's probably not saying much, but, like, they have a lot of money. So, like, the thing is that, like, Microsoft hasn't really, like, made much money off of their consoles either. Like, they aren't really profiting on them at all. But, yeah, it's like, excuse me, Nintendo is just about video games. That's all they're about. Also, like, toys, but all that it all roots from, you know, video games. Sony is focused a lot on video games. It's one of their most profitable, like, things. It's one of their biggest deals. Microsoft does focus on their games quite a bit, but they don't really have a lot of, like, stuff. Like, they sure do have Halo and Gears of War and Forza. Yup. Their biggest IPs are really just dudes with guns. And then they bought Doom and Call of Duty. And also, but, like, they now own Crash Bandicoot, Spyro, and Banjo and Kazooie, and I'm certain that they will use none of them to great effect. Yeah. just like remember that like Microsoft has owned Banjo and Kazooie since like 2003 or 2002 or something. They made one game and people didn't like it. Banjo and Kazooie have been in 2 new games since like 2003. And one of them was Super Smash Brothers, which is a Nintendo game. I don't know why I went down here. I wanted to go to the asylum. Like, Microsoft is making bad decisions too. It just doesn't matter. They're not. Old Bill's still got pretty deep pockets. Like, they're one of the wealthiest companies in the planet. It doesn't matter if they don't make money. Like, what's his name? Like, the rich guy from Disco Elysium said the other day, I basically have so much money in so many different things that I will never not make money. It's kind of absurd. And I'm like, yeah, that's pretty unfair, really, yeah. And even if they do lose money, the government just kind of says, it's okay. You're fine. And it's like, oh, so you're just going to let them deal with it? And they're like, no, we're just going to help. And you're like, you help people? You'll do that? Since when? Bird. I lose money all the time. Like, whenever it's like to rich people, it's like, you could give me money that would change my life and would not even affect yours, and they're like, I don't want to. And you're like, but why not? And they're like, I like having my money. And that's really it. There's no real, yeah, it's just, yeah, they like having their money. And then they're like, oh, people would bother me too much. I would also like to have your money. In fact, try giving me some. We'll just see how it feels. Like Bill Gates could give me like $50 million. Would he ever remember my name? Or that he gave me a $50 million? Would he notice that missing from his bank account? Would the digit before that even go down? Like, my entire life would change. I could fix my plumbing. I could fix my what do you call it? My my insulation. I could fix the fence. I could fix the house. I could change so much around my home. He doesn't give a shit. He has multiple houses. Yes. Remember that time when Elon Musk like tweeted about donating to, what do you call it? To the city without Flint. He tweeted about like donating to Flint or whatever. Then somebody looked into it and they're like, he donated like $1,100 or something. And I'm like, dude, you have billions of dollars. You could fix everything right now. And you just aren't. Because it doesn't feel gratifying enough for you to pay the problem away. You want to be a hero. You could quite literally solve dozens of major real problems around the world, and people would like you more. He doesn't do that, though, because he doesn't want people to like him. He wants them to adore him like some kind of hero. Yes, it's to be praised and to make more money and to look good. It's about that brand. Oh, so you remember the boss I fought here? Not you. Not you either. What if I walked here? And told you that he had like a cousin down there. That'd be wild, wouldn't it? The cousin is stronger, by the way. I tried to roll, but he took a little bit too long for me to get ready. Like, took a bit too long. Like, I reacted too quickly. Like, not like I have great reflexes. I panicked and got scared and tried to dodge, hoping I would be able to avoid it. Oh, this is gonna kill me. Oh, it didn't. This boss is very annoying for his simple moveset. I didn't upgrade my weapon. I wanted to do that. I forgot. Basically, the entire goal of this boss is to get behind him. He really doesn't know what to do. Honestly, just getting close to him enough to hit him is all you need to do, if you have a good enough weapon. And he's a demon, so this sword is effective. Ba-boom. This is where I started. Peculiar doll. Who knows what that could be? Would you believe that that peculiar doll lets you walk into an alternate magical realm? Because it does. That's what it does. Oh, come on. Okay, let's see. And with this, hold on. The sword is at 386. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for staying with me for so long. Best of luck on homework and sleep. I hope they go well for you, especially the sleep. I hope the homework stops bothering you at some point. But, yeah, thank you. I should probably sleep too. Okay. Good night.